Good evening, everyone. I will call to order the City of Laguna Beach Planning Commission meeting of June 5th, 2024. May I have roll call, please?
Commissioner Goldman,
Here.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Here.
and Chair Sadler.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, before we get into the rest of the meeting, there is a period here at the beginning of the meeting for public communications. This is for any member of the public to come up and address the Planning Commission on any items that are not part of tonight's agenda. So again, that's not to talk about anything that's on tonight's agenda, but if some other general issue that falls under the Planning Commission purview. Is there anybody here tonight who would like to make any public comment? Please come forward, step to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. And after you're done speaking, if you could print your name on the list on the table behind you. And
Sure.
if you could give us your name.
My name is Peter Cimino. I'm the owner of the Pizza Bar here in Laguna Beach on Laguna Avenue and Pacific Coast Highway, 397 South Coast Highway.
We will be, bringing that item up to just to continue it. Or actually it's been, is it to be withdrawn?
Yes, Chair, it has been withdrawn by the property.
It has been. So is it proper now for him to speak during public communications?
The reason why
Okay.
I'm not here to cause trouble. or
No,
anything, but
I'm just trying to do it in the
Russell,
right
Russell-
order.
Yeah, the Russell family, Ken is the owner of the property, and I came here June 6th of 2019 and took over the Pizza Bar, and Laguna Beach has been my home since then. And the fact that we've had this issue, when they came in, the code enforcement, and they came in and said that we had someone that complained about the tables and chairs being out there. We went through the hustle and bustle of the COVID and all that, and there was no one on the beach all these years. And I have just done everything I possibly can to make this work at my little store. We are just a little corner pizzeria store. I have 3 employees, 2 people part-time in the summertime that help us out. We grind through the winter time to make it happen as best as we possibly can. We deal with the high school for the football, whatever we can do for the track, baseball. I've done everything I possibly can to make it work here because I want Laguna Beach to be my home. The Russell family, the owners of the property, have done nothing but work with me through COVID, and they've seen that I've actually been out there on the beach with the few people that were out there when they took the volleyball nets, the basketball net. I was basically the only one out there. Just even passing out flyers just to get people to get into my store to eat pizza to take out. We put the tables and chairs out in 2009 or 20 or whatever it was. We got a letter from the city saying if we needed to do whatever it was to have our tables and chairs outside. I came in, I spoke with Louis, who was before, he's new, but whomever it was before, he remembered me when I went in there and he said, nope, you guys are permitted. You don't need to do anything at all. But what he didn't realize is that we were permitted for the benches, but not the tables and chairs. If there was anything at that time that we were supposed to do, I would have done so because this is where I want to be. This is where I have my 3 kids. I'm a single dad with 3 children, making the best of what I've got, I work my place every day. I'm there from 8:30 in the morning till sometimes 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night to make it work because it's just, we don't have a liquor license. It's a lot to do, different type of work or whatever I have to do to get all that stuff done. So I just sell pizza, lemon ice, and appetizers for the people that go onto the beach. People, we've taken, when the code enforcement came in, they actually came into the place and they said, take it out. We did it immediately to comply because I didn't want to cause trouble. You got us in right away. All I'm asking for is that if we could work out something to be able to have the tables and chairs, the next door place, which I don't want to say they have their tables and chairs out there. We don't have our tables and chairs anymore. I only have seating for 8 people inside. And all I do is sell slices and whole pizzas for people on the beach. All I'm asking for is the only reason why we pulled out is because we don't have a wide enough area to have the sidewalk, which for me to deliver pizzas there, I have to fight with tourists that come in day and night that take our parking spaces. So even if I have a delivery driver, they have to, it takes forever to come back and forth. They have no place to park. So we just use our Uber apps. I don't want to lose my business. You know, this is a serious deal for me. That's why I came. I spoke with the Russell family today and they're like, you know what? We pulled it because we talked to the building. I spoke with Louis and said, this is going to be almost impossible to make this work. I said, well, I have to speak my piece because this is my business. This is what I do every day. And I don't want to change that. I mean, I'm 50 and my kids have 5 years left of school. And I hope when I'm 95 or 100 that they bury me outside the back of my place. You know what I mean? This is where I want to be. I mean, I can't tell you how, when I think of Laguna Beach, I think of it as medicine. You know what I mean? Because for the last, since 2019, for me to take those tables and chairs outside and to be able to look at that beach every day is like an honor, you know, and to work with the people that I work with, the owners and the lady, Kelly and Kent, they're the most beautiful people who have worked with me through all this time. So it's like to have this situation where I don't have these tables and chairs, and then I look outside, like this weekend, there are people going to sail out to the store next door to eat pizza at their tables. And these are my neighbors who I share garbage with. So it's only a matter of time before it becomes like, why are you people eating pizza at our tables and chairs outside, and I'm not able to have the chairs outside?
Understood, and I'm personally sympathetic to your plight, but, and, you know, thank you for taking the time to try to explain, you know, your situation. However, you know, we as the planning commission are not in any position at this point to make any suggestions to you other than, you know, keep in court talking to staff and seeing if there is any possibility for you to get anything. My understanding at this point is it's there's a clearance issue. There's minimum standards regarding, you know, pedestrian walkways that have to be kept open on the public sidewalks. And so it limits the allowable space where you could do anything. So all I can suggest is that you continue any discussions with city staff to see if there's anything that they can come up with of any possibility. But that's all I can suggest.
You know, I understand. I didn't come here to cause any type of
And you're
trouble or
not.
waste anybody's time. I just, because I have on the coastal highway, there's other places that have their tables and chairs outside too. And there's plenty of room on that side. And because I've been having it there for so long, I get it. On the sidewalk on the other, we could work out maybe some brackets, something like that. It would even, just the fact it takes the charm, it takes the business, and it's impacted my business like no tomorrow. I mean, that was my business model. So I just come in here to see, I just had to come to say, I can't believe that I understand that when Ken called me the other day, he said, this is the phone call I didn't want to make to you because I know how important this is to you. And I was devastated. But I thought, you know what? If I don't come here at least tonight and speak to you guys about this, I'll let you know how concerned and how much of an impact it actually has caused my business, then I would feel like I didn't do my job as a father, as a business owner, and as an owner and to my staff, to my people, because they've been there longer than I have, you know? So I won't take any much more of your time. If you guys can consider, speak with Louis, it's whomever it is that they came in after the fact that, you know, I did everything and I've complied in every single way that I possibly could with the community to do whatever it is that I needed to do to make that happen. So if you could please somehow, some way, get us back on, figure it out. If there's anything that we can do on the one side, on the coastal side, I would just be gratefully appreciated. I don't want no special treatment. We've been running an operation since my staff, since 2019, and I've never had one issue. And I felt like I've done nothing but try to keep that whole corner looking amazing, you know, because I'm so honored to be here in this community.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. And thank you so much for your time.
All right. I don't know if staff wants to respond to that at all. If there's anything that you see beyond my suggestions that they continue any discussions with staff.
Yes, Chair. What staff can do is we can work with the assigned planner to this application to schedule a follow-up meeting with the applicant to discuss the constraints and continue to explore alternatives should there be any available. And the project can be noticed for a planning commission hearing at a later date if there is a solution that can be offered for the planning commission's review.
Thank you.
Why was it pulled, Anthony?
There is an accessibility issue at the sidewalk. The building code requires a minimum 4-foot path of travel which would be obstructed by the tables and chairs at that sidewalk.
So are they requesting along Laguna Avenue only?
And so if I may, this application is likely to come before you all at a future date. I would advise delving too much into the specifics and or pros and cons. Of course, if you know that answer off the top of your head, I'm not gonna interrupt. You can feel free to answer. But Chair, I would avoid getting too much into the weeds on any future project.
Yeah, let's just wait and see if staff can come back with anything.
Okay. I'm just trying to be clear what the application was for.
Absolutely. And the application was for sidewalk dining at the Laguna Avenue sidewalk only.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, is there anybody else who would like to make any public comment? Seeing none? Okay, we'll move on to our consent calendar. Our consent calendar consists of the May 15th, 2024 draft minutes. Is there any member of the public who would like to make any, would like to pull that item for discussion? Seeing none. Any commissioners want to pull that item? Somebody like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move we approve the consent calendar for May 15th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our public hearings. And again, just if anybody did not follow that public comment, item 5.4 has been withdrawn, so that will not be a part of our agenda tonight. But we will move on to item 5.1, which is the 2024-2025 Capital Improvement Program and the Planning Commission determination of general plan consistency. Tom will be presenting this item for us tonight.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Sadler and Planning Commissioners. My name is Tom Perez. I'm the Assistant Director of Public Works, and I'm presenting tonight the 24-25 Capital Improvement Program. So the city's capital improvement program is a long-range planning tool used by the Public Works Department to set funding and identify major projects and program them out for 10 years. So we've broken down the projects into major project types, such as the beach accesses, drainage projects, facility improvements, parking facilities, parking improvements, pedestrian improvements, utility underground, and wastewater improvements. And so the pie chart on this slide is showing the 10 years of proposed funding. So as you'll notice, the largest amount is the wastewater improvements, which is $80 million, and a big planned project under the wastewater is improvements to the North Coast Interceptor, which is the pipeline which takes most of the sewage, if not all, from Bluebird, Emerald Bay, all the way down to the coastal treatment plant. So that's a major facility that is quite aged and we're looking to replace. In addition to that, we will be addressing other items to just improve and harden our systems and facilities and drainage across the board. So some of the key projects that we look to begin construction on in 24-25 is the Clio Street beach access improvements, which will be coming to this board this summer for design review. The Woods Cove Assessment District, where we're undergrounding utilities for about 400 homeowners. So that's a major project that is to begin construction in July this year. The Anita Street Beach Access and Sewer Lift Station is a project that was previously approved by the Planning Commission, has been under appeal with the Coastal Commission and has a hearing date for next week, so June 14th. That will be heard. Main Beach Park, which is on tonight's agenda. The police department cabling improvements, that's a major improvement to our police department to improve their IT systems and reliability. So we'll be doing that renovation this year. And then one of the most major projects that will also be coming soon to the Planning Commission is Fire Station 4 replacement, which is still in the design development phase. Key projects that we plan to bring into design are our storm drain master plan and wastewater system analysis and master plan update. So those two projects, they're gonna really serve to set the basis and help us to plan the next 10, 15, 20 years to ensure that our storm drain and wastewater systems remain reliable, provide room for future growth, and just really analyze the systems and make sure we're putting our money in the right place and prioritizing appropriately. The Sunset Avenue slope repair, that was some slope damage that occurred with the prior rains that we had this wet season. So we'll be addressing that. The enclosed lifeguard tower installation. One of the proposed projects is to install enclosed lifeguard towers at all beaches that are patrolled by the city's marine safety department. So we've recently installed one at Moss Cove as part of the beach access project. So what the plan is to work on entitlements for all of the beaches and then phase the construction. So that's going to be a major undertaking that we'll see coming forward beginning this year. And then the Crescent Bay lift station reconstruction. Again, this is part of improving our sewer system, our wastewater system, and just hardening that system and increasing reliability. So the general plan consistency, we come before the Planning Commission every year is a requirement of the government code, asking that the Planning Commission find the proposed CIP to be in compliance with the general plan. And so as part of that analysis, we have taken a look at each project, identified that they are consistent with the goals and the various general plan elements, and that analysis is provided in packet. So as such, the staff findings are that the projects as a whole meet several of the goals of the general plan. No single project standing on its own is inconsistent with the plan. And the plan does provide comprehensive public services and infrastructure and serves the growth and reliability of the city. And with those findings, staff has found that the overall consistency with the general plan. And with that, the requested action tonight is for the Planning Commission to find the fiscal year 24-25 capital improvement program to be consistent with the city's general plan. And that said action is exempt from further environmental review. With that, I will end my presentation.
Thank you, Tom.
And so, Chair, I'll go ahead and jump in right now. This project is a bit unique in that this item is a bit unique and it's multifaceted. As I've spoken to a few of the commissioners before, what I think we should do now is you guys should ask your general questions to Mr. Assistant Director, take the public comment, and then when it comes back for deliberations, we're kind of going to play some musical chairs here with a few commissioners leaving the room just for one item, coming back for, and then you guys as a group will adopt the remainder.
Thank you. Are there any commissioner questions of staff at this point?
I have a couple for Tom.
Sure.
Tom, under the transportation, circulation, and growth management element of the general plan, items 10 and 12, 10A says improve and maintain the transportation system to further enhance adequate emergency access to all developed areas. And then sort of dovetailing on that is 12, pursue funding for underground utilities along Laguna Canyon Road, Pacific Coast Highway, and the Central Business District. In light of the recent, yet again, the same pole getting knocked down in the canyon and causing a 6 to 7 hour delay of being able to utilize Laguna Canyon Road. Are we actually pursuing those things in terms of funding for undergrounding and you know, making sure we have emergency access to in and out of our community in case there's something really serious going on here?
Yes, so currently there are two projects, what we call Rule 28 projects on Coast Highway. So those two projects are in design, working towards construction. Those are led by Southern California Edison through credits. The project is being administered and paid for by Southern California Edison.
Okay.
So that is addressing Coast Highway. On Laguna Canyon Road, as part of the Laguna Canyon Road Protect and Connect project, we are working with Edison. The city has initiated design for the utility undergrounding on that corridor. The project's currently going through the project approval and environmental document phase. And simultaneous with that, the city is pursuing grant funding for that work. So right now, earlier this year, we submitted a grant application to FEMA for $45 million to go towards that effort. We're also working with Southern California Edison to have them pay a fair share of that. So they have identified the project in what they call their targeted undergrounding program, TUG program, and that's being considered in the current, it's being considered right now by the PUC. So we're waiting to hear if that will receive funding. So we are searching every avenue we can think of to fund the undergrounding.
Yeah, I know the pole in question is a Frontier pole.
Yes.
And I know when because I live right by it, so I've seen the same two poles get hit like 20 times in the last 40 years, and it's kind of ridiculous after a while. So I'm wondering, while we're searching or trying to appropriate funds for actual undergrounding all the Frontier and Edison poles out there, the two that consistently get hit, I know there's some other poles a little closer to town that actually have guardrails around them. Is there any reason we're not doing bollards, guardrails, K-rails or something to mitigate those same poles getting hit over and over again while we wait for funding?
So that area, that's something that we have looked into, something we've investigated. That area is complicated. There's a major water line that runs through. So adding the guardrail or ground penetrations in that area is difficult. Addition, it requires the Caltrans approval. So that's something that we have investigated. It hasn't gotten to a point where it's been approved or fully designed.
Yeah, because it just seems, in terms of, our in and out access in Laguna Beach is very limited, and in the event we're having a major disaster going on there, whether it's a fire or a flood or a mudslide or whatever, to have a potential 6 to 8 hour delay of being able to leave town or our equipment coming into town, it just seems like it should be a priority to at least put some guardrails around some of those so that we don't have this reoccurring thing happen. I mean, it happens like once a year.
Yes.
So if there's any way to push on Edison or Caltrans to take this a little more seriously for the community, I think it would be a good idea. So anyways, that's my thoughts and comments.
Thank you. I'll open it up to, go ahead.
This isn't really a question about consistency of the items on here. It's just curious about some things that I thought would be on here but aren't. And one of them is the promenade. how is that being funded?
So the promenade has funding already programmed from previous years. So in the CIP, we don't show existing projects unless they're receiving additional funding. So right now, I believe the funding for the promenade is at 1.7 million, 2.7 million, I believe, funded for the project.
What about a parking structure?
So we have right now we're working on the preliminary conceptual design of a parking structure in the village entrance. So generally behind City Hall, between City Hall and the Digester building, the council direction was to do that preliminary investigation to determine what an actual cost, what a building could actually look like, and then bring that forward for the council to make a determination.
It's not an approved project, so it wouldn't
Right.
be on the list, right? That's,
If they determine that they would like the staff to proceed with it. So it's not identified because it has not been an official action to move the project.
that makes sense. Now, what about the landscape action plan, which has been hanging around for a while and we looked at, last year? Are there any funds set aside for that? Or has that already been funded, or is it the same answer? There's no approved project, so it's not on the
Right,
list.
so we don't have any projects identified specific from that plan.
Okay, thank you.
I'll open it up for public comment. If anybody, members of the public, wish to speak on this item. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
And so, Mr. Chair, apologies for the interruption. What I think the best way to do would be for the commission to take number 16, that's the lifeguard tower first. And unfortunately, that would require the recusal of Commissioner Goldman and Commissioner Whiten. And so once you guys, the remaining, decide on the consistency with that, bring you guys back in, at which point Vice Chair Kellenberg will recuse himself for the Zone 3 collector. And of course, for the benefit of the public, this is all based on their financial interest in real property, their primary residences. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you need to physically leave the room?
Yeah. Mhm.
You can go back there.
No, you gotta be out. And so Vice Chair, yeah, the limited item before you three is the general plan consistency for number 16. That is the enclosure of the lifeguard tower.
Okay. I will open that up for discussion. Is there any discussion?
I don't have anything to add to the,
I'm in complete support of a finding of consistency.
I can make the findings of consistency for item 16. Would somebody like to make a motion for that?
I'll move that we find item number 16 consistent with the general plan.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 16 has been found to be consistent with the general plan.
Beautiful. And then, Mr. Vice Chair, do you want to switch places with them? You can send them back in.
And this will be for which item specifically?
This is going to be for number 22, but I was going to wait for the other two to come back in. So there. Commissioners, welcome back. The limited item before you four, before we bring back Mr. Vice Chair, is whether or not item number 22, the Zone 3 collector, is consistent with the general plan. And with that, Chair, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. You heard that. We're specifically discussing item 22. Is there any discussion or comment on that? Do we generally find it to be consistent with the general plan? And if so, would somebody like to make a motion? No, just 22.
Move to find consistency for number 22 in the capital improvement project summary for the Zone 3 collector construction.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll wait a moment for Commissioner Kellenberg to come back.
Who else gets to leave?
And Mr. Chair, that is it. So now the entirety of the commission consider the rest of the items sans number 16 and number 22, which have already been decided. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, regarding the balance of the items, is there any commissioner comment or discussion regarding those? Seeing none, would somebody like to make a motion to find that the balance of the proposed items are consistent with the general plan?
Do we have any other comments to make in terms of agreeing or disagreeing with CEQA analysis and?
You could make that as part of your motion.
Yeah. I move that we find that the remaining items are consistent with the general plan, and I can make the CEQA exemption under 15262 for planning studies, and also, of course, make the rest of general plan consistency with the rest of the items on the agenda.
And the determination that it does not require a CDP.
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a second? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman, Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. That takes care of item 5.1. Thank you, Tom. We'll be moving on to item 5.2, which is design review and coastal development permit for the Main Beach Park. And Tom, are you going to be presenting that as well?
Thank you, Chair Sadler. My name again is Tom Perez. I'm the Assistant Director of Public Works with the City of Laguna Beach. And with me tonight is Yun Lee, Project Manager for the Main Beach Park renovation project. So the proposed project is at Main Beach Park, covering the area from the Marine Safety Headquarters to Laguna Avenue. The project is located in the Central Business District and Public Parks Downtown Specific Plan. A bit of background, the project was originally brought forward to the City Council in October of 2019 for a preliminary design review. The City Council directed staff to design the project to maintain the existing character of the park, to preserve the windows to the sea, and to make minimal changes to the park design. In November 2021, the Planning Commission received a presentation from staff for a review, provided feedback to staff, and then later staff brought the project for design review consideration to the Planning Commission in March 2024. At that time, after public comment and commission discussion, the project was continued to tonight to address various comments that were received from the public and the Planning Commission. So I'll provide a brief summary of the comments, and then the following slides will state how we've addressed these comments. So first off, the benches were proposed to be simulated wood, plastic benches. The comments were to retain the existing design and restore the hardwood, which was called out in the original plans in 1974. In regards to landscape and irrigation, the comments were to minimize the extent of renovation of the irrigation, to minimize the turf renovation, to review the existing or the original plant palette versus the existing plants at the park, determine which plants should be retained and kept in the plan to carry on the character of the park, and to consider removal of 2 palm trees that are in conflict with an existing ficus tree. In regards to the walkways, there was comments to simplify the design of the new walkways and to study the overall site circulation and reconsider the removal of portions of walkways and identify if any other walkways should be removed. There was a comment regarding the shower to keep it retain the existing versus installing a new plastic type shower. The bike racks that were proposed were galvanized steel. So there was comment to, number one, add more bike racks to the project, and to also consider using stainless steel or making the bike racks artwork. Regarding the boardwalk lights, there was concerns that the proposed lights did not retain the park character. So staff worked on that and will be proposing a different light. And then the boardwalk conduits, staff proposal was to conceal the conduits with wood to match the existing boardwalk. There was question for staff to consider using ABS pipe to consolidate and conceal those pipes. So first, moving in with the benches, the existing wood benches, they're worn, they get repainted every year. There's concern with the color of the benches, the durability of the benches. However, the design character is desirable, and there was a strong feeling that those should be protected and restored to the original hardwood. So staff, following the meeting, worked with a local lumber yard to find out if Ipe hardwood or any other type of hardwood is readily available and could be provided in the dimensions to match the existing benches. We did find out that indeed Ipe is available. It could be produced and milled to match existing exactly. So the proposal is to remove the existing wood, replace it with the Ipe hardwood, seal it with paraffin oil, and then reattach the existing plaques, the existing center divider, and retain the existing base. So the photo in the bottom photo in the slide is just intended to provide a visual of what a weathered Ipe would look like. That is not the bench we're proposing. It's just to provide that visual. So the weathered Ipe, we would expect to kind of get a gray patina, but keep that durable hardwood finish. So that is the proposal for the benches. Not being proposed, but another consideration was to change the paint color of the existing. Again, that is not staff's proposal. It was just intended for consideration by the Planning Commission. The conceptual landscape plan, we went back, we looked at the existing turf and tried to identify areas where we could minimize. So working through with our landscape architect, we identified the major concern in several of the areas being the sand buildup along the edges. And we believe that we can address that by removing and replacing the 3-foot strip along those edges. So that would be removed, replaced. We would retain the existing irrigation system in place, And then the areas where we would not be removing the sod, we would overseed and fill any divots and holes and restore it to just have a nice even lawn area. We are still proposing to remove small areas of existing turf with shrubs with the original goal of reducing water use at the park. So those areas are shown here adjacent to the Marine Safety Building and then also near the central plaza of the park. Also, a lot of the concern was protecting the existing plants that provided a special character. So two of those planter islands that are near the central plaza, we will be retaining those and only removing plants that do not match. So when you look at those, there's some weeds and various other plants that have volunteered in that area. So for the most part, we're preserving the succulents in those areas, especially the well-established agaves and yucca plants that have a unique character. Moving to the area near the intersection of Ocean Avenue and South Coast Highway with those two new walkways and the abrupt change in grade at the back of sidewalk along Coast Highway. We feel this area, in order to get a good product, would need to be regraded and have that sod restored. In addition, we would need to redesign the irrigation system because we have the new walkway. So we would need to be changing the direction of the spray and also the radius of the spray. So that central area is the only area we are now proposing a full renovation, which would also include the subterranean irrigation along the impervious edges. Similar to the previous slide, we're still identifying two areas here where we would remove the existing turf and replace it with shrubs in the effort to minimize the water usage. The planter area across from the South Main Beach restroom, we do have a large ficus tree. The tree roots are marked by edging and mowing. So we propose to create a large planter space around the roots there, remove the sod, and just restore a planter area that would be mulched and to protect those roots. We are removing from the plan the landscape around the restroom building. The existing provides a very dense screening, landscape screening of the building. So we felt that it would be best to leave that planter intact to maintain that screening. And similarly, we have removed the area bordering between the park and the Hotel Laguna for that same reason. The existing plants provide a great deal of screening on that building. So we felt that preserving all the planting in place would be a better overall product for the park. So as I mentioned, the areas to remain, we're seeing here photos of the restroom building, the large ficus tree that is adjacent to the restroom building really does not allow for new planting. So that area, we would remove the existing shrub as you can see in the picture in the top right. We would remove that, replace it with mulch and protect those roots in place. And similarly, the planting along the edge of the Hotel Laguna, we would protect that in place and just go through remulch and remove any weeds or overgrown plants. So the lawn areas, as I mentioned, we will be addressing the concern of the sand buildup along the edge by removing the 3 feet of sand buildup. laying that back, preserving the existing irrigation system in place, and matching the type of grass which exists today, which is the kikuyu grass. And then also addressing the abrupt grade change at the back of walk along Coast Highway. As we reviewed the planting plan, we did identify there are large shrubs that exist out at the beach today. Shown in these pictures are Carissa, which are part of the original plan. However, as shown, they tend to grow over and into the adjacent walkways. So as part of this plan to respect the existing or the original design, we propose to keep the Carissa, however, removing the existing plants and replacing them with a ground cover variety of the same plant. So we would retain that same green coverage that the Carissa provides. However, it would be it would not present that hazard of growing into the walkway. These do have thorns, and so they are they'll scratch your arms and just catch close. So we propose to keep those for the aesthetic. However, we change those to a ground cover variety. So as I mentioned, there are existing plants at the park that were part of the original design that we plan to keep in the proposed plant palette. I've highlighted those in red here. That's the Little Gem aloe. As I mentioned, the natal plum, the Carissa, we would be replacing that with the ground cover variety. And then and forgive me, I'll say it wrong, the statis, which commonly I believe is the sea lettuce, which is the purple flower that has done very well at the park. And so we would be retaining that and then removing plants such as that are not really part of the plants that were not in the original design, such as agapanthus and hawthorns, and we would be replacing with this low water usage palette that's shown. The proposed walkways, as discussed in the previous meeting, are proposed to remain. However, the decorative brick has been removed. So these walkways would be gray concrete finish to match the existing park walkways. In regard to the site circulation, we've taken a look. We decided that all of the existing walkways are being used, and we propose to keep them in the proposed design. We do recommend the replacement of the stamped concrete area. Part of that reasoning is that if that area is required, if portions are required to be removed to improve irrigation, that it would be very hard to match the pattern. And so the recommendation would be to remove and replace that area in kind. The one walkway that was previously shown to be removed is now proposed to remain in the plan. And so the only area where we are removing an entire piece of concrete and putting back something different is the area in front of the restroom. And the reason we're removing that and redesigning is because we have existing drainage issues. So for the most part, the footprint will remain the same, but we are changing the grades. Otherwise, throughout the park, we're maintaining the existing site circulation and only spot replacing concrete that has worn significantly, cracked, or is uplifted. The existing showers are now proposed to remain in place just as they exist today. The previous proposal was to change the showers at the lifeguard headquarters and putting in a new plastic style. So we will retain the existing and we'll work with maintenance to provide any cleanup that's necessary at this time. For the bike racks, we have, as part of the observation of the park, we've looked and identified areas where we feel they would be conducive to people locking their bikes and then walking further to destinations. So one area in particular, near the Hotel Laguna, as you can see in the picture, we had someone locking their bike to the signpost. So we immediately felt this is a good spot. So we've identified 4 areas where we could add new bike racks. We would remove the existing 2 existing racks that are located in the paver area. So we would have a net gain of 6 bike racks. And we are proposing the stainless steel round bike racks. And for the boardwalk lights, as mentioned at the previous hearing, at the time we had just began talking with a light specialist who felt he could recreate the light. He did just yesterday deliver us this sample light that Yun Yun's going to demonstrate. So this light, I will say, this is a faux finish that he wanted to take a stab at. We are not proposing this light finish. The existing plan called for a black anodized finish. So we would propose that and allowing that to age naturally. But I did want to, there was a lot of discussion previously about the light color, which there was a discussion that the light color be a 2700 Kelvin, which is the light color provided here. So we wanted to share that and give an illustration of what that light color would look like. And also I'll address, I know myself, when I first saw this, my first thought was it's way too big. So we did measure this and measure the existing, and it's within a ½ inch. It's right on. And again, that's us measuring from the ground. So I'll say it's probably better than ½ inch. So this is the proposed light. And as I mentioned, we would propose that it be in the finish called out on the original plan, which was the black anodized aluminum. And then on the boardwalk conduit, we looked at the existing, again, looking at the proposed concealment versus the ABS pipe. The immediate concern is that we see people stepping off, jumping off the edge of the boardwalk. And so the ABS pipe would stick out a little further. It would stick out a little more visually. So staff is recommending the originally proposed concealment, which will be the Douglas fir that would be aged to match the existing boardwalk. And that concludes my presentation. The recommendation before you tonight is to adopt Resolution 24-0311, approving the design review, and design review 24-0311 and coastal development permit 24-0312 located at Main Beach Park, and find said action exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Tom, for that presentation, particularly the awesome light display. Are there questions of staff at this point?
Yeah, Tom, I know we talked extensively about the conduit the last time we reviewed this, but did you have any further discussion with Marine Safety about, potentially getting rid of that altogether and having them go wireless? Because apparently that's all that's used for is communication, right?
Yeah, so there is no immediate plan or technology that we have in place to remove those. So the thought is that we design the project to protect them and
Okay.
keep them in service.
Okay. I just had to ask the question again.
Yeah.
Regarding the bike racks, I know that the project falls under the Art in Public Places program, and my suggestion would be that that entire budget for bike racks, I know I have isolated 4 different locations that gets turned over to the Arts Commission for potential competition amongst our local creative community here to maybe even have 4 different artists design one for each area. So we have a little variety of interesting bike racks versus just the circular stainless steel. Is that something that could be considered by Public Works?
Yeah, and so in choosing the bike racks, they come in the bolt down variety or the embedded variety. So I recommend using the bolt down so that if the Art in Public Places is something that the Arts Commission would like to pursue, you could easily remove the stainless steel and put in the artwork.
But why not just decide it's going to be artist design bike racks and forget about even putting in the stainless steel ones? I mean, it seems like, why do that if we're going to do something else? It's an expense that we don't need to go through.
Yeah, my response would be that, since we don't have that direction from the Arts Commission, I guess we could end up with no bike rack. So the proposal would be to install the bike racks or have that if the Arts Commission decided to pursue it and the timing worked, it could be done at the same time.
Wouldn't that just be easy to call Sean and say, we're going to turn this part of the project over to the Arts Commission? I mean, I'm sure they'd be happy to take that on. I can't imagine they wouldn't. So it doesn't seem like it's that we need to wait for them to discover that there might be a potential for a artist design bike racks. I think it's just a matter of a phone call or a couple of emails or something to get them on board with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, talking to Sean, I guess, is the easy part. I just do not want to end up in limbo if the Arts Commission decided that was not what they wanted to pursue at the time.
I'm sure their agendas aren't real full, so I imagine that could be asked at their next meeting if they want to take it on, and I'm sure that, as far as timing, they would be able to pursue it and have them ready for installation when the park is ready for them to be put in place. So I feel pretty strongly about it. So I just feel like it should be up to them to say yes or no, because I just feel like, we're not doing the new walkways that are proposed. We're not doing anything more interesting other than broom swept concrete, which is, in my mind, pretty boring, but so be it. I'm not going to follow my sword over that one, but I think, to add a little color or interest, and, we are a creative community, and I think, at the very least, the bike racks should be something that's not just a piece of circular stainless steel bolted to the ground. It seems we can do better. That's all my point, and I think the Arts Commission would be happy to take it on.
I support that too. I think it's a good idea.
Let's see.
Well, it seems to me you could always have it be a default, right? I mean, you go to the Arts Commission, if they say they don't want to do it, then you default back to your base plan. That way you can have it either way.
That was my line of thinking.
Well, let's give them the opportunity to say yes or no. How about that? Is that a problem?
Yeah, it did just leave me. It would leave me tonight with no approval, I suppose.
Well, I mean, couldn't we approve it contingent on them not wanting to do it?
Yeah, we can certainly work out a condition if that would suffice.
Yeah, so I want to make sure I fully understand it. So it basically, once again, I don't want to get too far ahead of it, but potential approval with direction to the applicant here, of course, the city, to go to the Arts Commission for the aforementioned topic. And if, basically with the default that if the Arts Commission declines that, what is proposed now is approved.
That makes sense to me. Is that okay, Tom?
Yeah, that would, yeah.
That
I
works
just
for
didn't
you.
want to end up in limbo. Yeah.
No, we don't want you to end up in limbo either. I just,
Semi-limit.
Yeah, it gives us a path forward. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Any questions, Commissioner Whiten?
Yeah, this is a picayune little question, but the light posts all there are a variety of bases for the light posts, existing light posts. Some of them are in the ground directly. Some of them are on various heights of concrete basis. What is the approach? Are you just going to refit the lights on the existing bases or try to standardize the height of the bases? What about the lights that are in the grass right now? Are those going to receive bases? What height will they be? I mean, there's no detailing on that.
Yeah, so the light manufacturer that we were working with, we had him also look at the poles. We asked if it would be best to replace the pole altogether, or what his recommendation would be. So he came back to us. He let us know he felt the existing posts were structurally sound. His recommendation was that we leave them as they are, and the only change would be the one that is within the grass area without a base, that we would pour a base around it to match the diameter of the other existing. As far as the height, I guess that's not something I had picked up before. But again, I feel for the existing lights, we would be best served to protect that existing base. We could look at if needed, we could do like a sack and patch finish, but I would not want to break it and replace it.
Yeah, that makes sense if the existing poles are being reused.
Yeah.
With the pole in the grass, just my recommendation would be to match the lowest height concrete base, because some of them are a lot higher. That's really the only question for now.
Okay. Commissioner Kellenberg, any questions?
This is a real detail, but you noted that the Ipe would be oiled. I mean, when we were out today, there would be an oiled sort of application. And my understanding is that the purpose of the oil is it actually keeps the natural color of the wood. You noted that the wood would actually be graying out, which in my experience is what happens if you don't use oil. So is the goal to let it gray out, or is the oil to maintain the natural color of the wood with a maintained oil application?
So the intent is to oil it similar. Our current program is to paint the benches every year. So that would be changed to oiling the wood every year. That being said, even with that routine, given the location we're at, there will be some graying out. So I wanted more to illustrate there's a lot of beautiful pictures of Ipe when it's installed day one. I wanted to make sure and set some expectation that there will be some
Well,
graying
it
out.
could be graying over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the goal is to oil it up and
Yeah.
keep it rich and
Right,
natural
so-
to the extent possible.
So we would stay on that 1 year. That's like a standard. Our maintenance crews go out and do that routine maintenance every year.
Yeah, Steve, I have some Ipe wood decks that get oiled every year and they're graying
Okay.
and they look great.
Yeah, I was just confused on that. The rock strips along the walkways. One of the big, I think, conclusions from the last time we talked about the park with a lot of input from the community was, let's maintain as much the original character as possible. We didn't really talk about that much, but if you look at the plan and you look at the rock, it's a pretty big deviation from the character today, where the plant material comes, whether it's turf or landscape, comes right out to the edge of the walkway. How essential is it that we have that that loose rock, which I also see as being a little bit of a nuisance and a maintenance issue with the number of kids, that we have. How essential is it to have that versus just allowing the landscape to come up to the edge of the rock the walk as it does today?
Yeah, I would say having that cobble is not essential. That's I think what we would want to maintain is setting the plants back to allow them to grow. So more than anything, keeping that setback from the edge for plant placement would be the essential part. But we could easily remove that cobble and just have that with wood mulch.
Thank you. One of the statements you made was the idea on the concrete is to patch areas that need replacing. If we end up patching areas that need replacing, don't we end up with kind of a patchwork versus taking areas that, if there's multiple areas where patching is required, actually completely replacing those areas so that we end up with a continuous, smooth sort of concrete versus a series of patches?
Correct. So as you noticed today, walking through the park, there are areas where patches were done and they stick out. And so the goal of this project, when we do removals, would be to remove large areas to maintain that consistency. So one general rule of thumb is to remove from score line to score line, but in this case, it would be going to the next or doing those large areas so that a certain walkway, for instance, would be uniform. So that when going through, you would not have like 2 or 3 different concrete.
So it's possible for you to make a judgment call to maintain as much continuity as possible.
Right. So that would be in the scope of the designer's final design scope.
Will you be reviewing those plans to be sure that we're not having a patchwork quilt? In other words, the best way to do it, we walked around today, maybe, and I don't know if you agree with this, just to identify what should remain and everything else would get replaced.
Yeah. As I mentioned, I think that's something that could easily be done and work together. Yun would be leading that effort with our designer and walking through setting that and then quantifying that so that it's easily identifiable in our final design package.
The plaza over the drainage channel is slated to be replaced,
Yes.
and that's and it's not in bad shape, right?
Right. There's just minimal, stress cracks, nothing that you could even
So
fit a
the reason
business
is
card through.
primarily because you're running some irrigation line, and once you cut it, you don't want, it's impossible to
Right,
patch something
trying
like
to
that.
match.
It's not possible to figure out how to run the irrigation lines so they don't cut through that plaza?
Yeah, I feel if we do want to protect that in place 100%, that we could design.
I mean,
our
I'm not in
trenches
love
a-
with it,
Yeah.
but if we're replacing it with what's there already,
Yeah.
and the only reason is because we have to it just seems like a fiduciary
Yeah.
mistake,
Yeah, I think that's possible with the removal of, for instance, the gray concrete adjacent. So we could remove that and just set our trenches in different locations. I'm confident we could protect that.
Okay, I think those are my questions.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Goldman, any questions? I just have a couple. One is kind of going back to the art and public places issue. We have certain projects that come before us that cross a threshold that require the consideration of the art and public places. And, when it's a private applicant, sometimes they decide that they would rather pay to the in lieu fund than actually providing art and public places. I guess my general question is, when it's the city that's the applicant here, why can't the city commit to doing art in public places rather than paying into the in lieu fund?
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly make a stronger effort on that. The practice has been that we just have that discussion with Sean, identify if the project is conducive. So I had that discussion here. There was thought of public art that I think outweighed the scope of this project. So it was left where we were not proposing it. But for this type of item, we can go back. You know, as an example, the last piece we did was at this park with the restroom renovation. So we can certainly push harder to ensure. I can't speak for the Arts Commission, but we as Public Works can make a stronger push to have that included.
Okay, and you know, we as a group can have more final discussion about that at the end about, you know, whether or not we're in support of Commissioner Dubin's suggestion, you know, but another.
Chair, could I ask a
Sure.
question about the art in public places, Tom? There are, in addition to the bathrooms, the tile mosaics, the existing art in public places that's there is the chess piece, Marlo Bartel's chess piece. There's also a bird bath over by the Broadway intersection. Is that
Correct.
Marlo also?
I'm not sure if that was part of the arts. in
Yeah,
public
that's my
place, Or
question.
if it was installed when the bird garden was done.
How did that come to be there?
That I don't have that.
It's kind of
We
lost.
might want to find out about that, because it looks like it just sort of showed up haphazardly.
I have
Are there any more
good.
pieces like that in the park?
There's the Terry Thornsley piece at the far north.
Right.
Yeah,
west.
that's installed though. That's a wall piece.
So not like that, but correct.
Yeah,
There
just
is
the
the one at Marine
floaters like
Safety.
that,
Yeah,
bird bath. If there are any others, they should be reconsidered if they really belong there.
that's it.
Yeah.
So on again, on this same follow-up on your question, is there, the art in public places process is new funding like being generated by this project? In other words, is it a percentage of construction cost is it actually creates art in public places funds?
Yes.
And do we have any idea what the magnitude of that might be for this project?
1%.
And what's your total budget?
It would be 1.25% of the project
Right.
valuation.
And we're budgeted right at $1 million.
Figure that out.
$12,500. So it's not a lot, but, you know, I think, I guess it's a question and I know we're going to have some speakers. I think we're a little, I guess I need to make this a question. I'll wait because it's not a question. Okay.
Okay, well,
My question is, I'm just wondering if we shouldn't have more art in public places, which is really your point. And even though we're trying to maintain the authenticity of the original design. So, I mean, that's a question for ourselves, I guess.
A couple other questions I had. What the landscape area that's closest to Laguna Avenue and Hotel Laguna. You know, we at our previous meeting had discussed about, you know, trying to as much as possible maintain some of the mature vegetation and the stuff that has survived and done well for, you know, at this, you know, relatively tough marine environment over the years and stuff. And those, some plants there being some of those and some rather large ones. But I just wasn't sure that subsequent to the Planning Commission's recent approval of the Hotel Laguna's renovation, I mean, were you guys aware of some of the proposed changes that the Hotel Laguna is proposing on the exterior of their building in that area? The kind of the point of the question is that part of the idea, at least my idea, of leaving a lot of that large vegetation in that particular area was because it was screening a particularly kind of ugly portion of the Hotel Laguna, which was that side of the building, which was had been renovated over the years and changed pretty drastically from what was originally there due to the addition of the restaurants and other things. Now, the applicant for the Hotel Laguna and their approved plans is proposing to really try to clean up that area and renovate it and put back some of the original archways and detailing and other stuff that existed there. I guess the question is, A, were you aware of that? And did that come into consideration at all when you were debating whether or not to maintain all that existing vegetation there?
So I have not reviewed those plans. So a lot of the consideration came from seeing what is there today. Now there is a lot of drab paint, rust, things of that nature. But even cleaned up, it is a large mass. So I think at a minimum we would keep the trees and the giant birds of paradise, which just breaks up that vertical mass. But if there are areas where, for instance, there's a walkway with doors, if it was something where that could be cleaned up, I would feel we could trim back plants and highlight those areas and work together. But I did want to maintain that greenery to break up the vertical mass.
Yeah, I think I would still agree with that. I mean, it may be worth just a kind of a second look and for you guys to at least realize that there is the potential for that area of the building being improved and cleaned up and turned back a little bit more to its original.
Well, could that come back after the hotel plans are approved for a separate little project for us to review?
Yeah, I'm not sure what their timing is.
But it would have nothing to do, it would be it could come back, correct?
If there was a future project to do that,
Yeah,
that planner.
yeah.
The other question I had was one of the areas where it's proposed to have turf removed and going to more low-level shrubbery and other landscaping was over by the the lifeguard headquarters over there. And I believe prior to our last meeting, when I was walking around the park, and I'm not sure what kind of event or something was going on there, but they had an awful lot of their lifeguard vehicles. They must have had a meeting or something like that. So they had a lot of the vehicles over there, and some of which were parked on turf areas over there. Have you had discussions with the lifeguard, and would removing that turf area and changing it to other vegetation impact their needs or their access or anything else?
Yes, we did talk with Marine Safety. The one area where they asked us not to make a change is the area, I'll say between their building and like the showers. There's some grass in there, and that is one of the spots where they tend to park their vehicles. So we left that area unchanged. The ones we were changing are more the smaller, kind of, I'll call them pork chop type islands.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think the other questions I had that have kind of been answered by your presentation, the area that we talked about, that was where the turf was closest in some areas to Coast Highway, where there was that significant elevation change, that's the area where there's going to be kind of the wholesale replacement of the turf in that area.
Correct.
And redoing of all the irrigation in that area as well.
Correct.
And just again, back to the benches. So the plan is using this new hardwood material, oiling it once a year, which may not prevent it from changing colors and stuff. Does that oil typically, is it like neutral in color? Is it possible to have some color added to the oil to try to maintain it or try to get the wood to come out or stay or maintain a certain color?
Yeah, the oil, and I'm not sure if you're aware, but I have not looked to see if there are different finishes as far as like a
There
more
are.
glossy or satin.
Well, I mean, as far as tinted oils.
Right.
There is a few you can.
So the concern, again, being with the tint is that you get away from the natural wood color. So our feeling was that we would use the transparent oil. It really brings out the richness, the color of the wood, and then lets it age naturally over time. But that's why we typically, when using that type of wood, it is to have that color, that finish. So we stayed with the standard oil.
Okay, well, I think just in general, the maintenance issue is going to be greatly reduced, I would think, versus painting them every year. You know, just you probably have to lightly sand them and oil them with a rag or something, and that's that. So that answers all my questions for the moment.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I've got a couple more.
Okay. Commissioner Dubin?
Tom, I know we talked about the 2 palm trees that are growing up under the big ficus tree. Did you mention that those are actually going to be removed?
Yes, and I apologize if I glossed over that. But yes, so staff reviewed the 2 trees that were brought up at the last meeting. We did first identify they were not a part of the original landscape plan. We also talked with our arborist. He noted the same issues as far as the tree competing with the tree canopy of the ficus. And so all things considered, we are agreeable and recommending in the plan the removal of those 2 palm trees that conflict.
Okay. I want to get back to the light for a second. You had mentioned that it's going to be anodized aluminum. Is that?
Yes.
I have a real concern about the longevity of anodized aluminum in that location, and this is something that we went through with the hotel in terms of their window replacement. Is there any and then again, you're going to have probably color. They're going to get some corrosion and stuff. The anodized aluminum is not very bulletproof when it comes to a coastal environment. I was wondering, and I know it's going to be more expensive to fabricate these, but if they were made out of bronze material where they could just be allowed to age naturally and never have to be maintained, they would hold up much better in that coastal environment. Is it a possibility to ask the fabricator to use a bronze material?
We could have that discussion. I will say, though, we've had great success with anodized aluminum on the coast. For instance, the existing handrail there at Main
Oh, that's
Beach
right, yeah.
is anodized.
I see.
That is our standard handrail design on all our beach accesses. So again, in Heisler Park, our handrails are the anodized aluminum. So we have had great success
Okay.
with that material. That being said, to answer your question, we could ask about an alternate, but
I know the cost is more, I'm sure. But as far as the anodized aluminum itself, is it kind of a bronze color, or is it black, or?
So the plan, the original plan, again, this is, the call out from the 74 is black. That being said, on our, for instance, most recent beach access moss, we call out a dark bronze, which to me looks black. So yeah, it would be that dark color, which I'll say it's black with some brown tint.
Okay. I would just, I just bring it up because I think a natural bronze material out there would be quite beautiful when it ages. But if it's not feasible, I get that too. But I just wanted to ask the question. So
We can do the dark bronze versus straight black. We could do a dark bronze, which is like I said, it is a black with a brown tint to it.
it's like that oil rub bronze
Correct.
hardware that we see everywhere. So, okay. All right. Thanks, Tom.
Tom, what is the original material of the light?
It called out the anodized aluminum.
Okay. The black.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's hard looking from the ground. It appears that it was the original material,
Oh.
but I haven't gotten on the ladder and kicked it around. Yeah.
My other question relates to Commissioner Sadler's question about the planting area adjacent to the hotel, and that is the planting area adjacent to the bathrooms,
Yes.
which is not in the scope of work now. Did you discuss, could you explain to us why everything else is treated in that area? Can you explain why this wasn't?
The biggest reason when we took a step back after the previous meeting and we're looking at how we could maintain the visual character, we started from a standpoint of what areas or what plants should we be removing, replacing. But what caught our eye most in that area is just with the aged building. We felt that the mature landscape in that area provided a really good screening. So there is some more vertical type growth. So for instance, the Carisas that we're planning to replace and put in a ground cover, they do provide some vertical screening of that building. In addition, some of the plants such as the agapanthus and other, they are a little more vertical. They provide color. So we felt that really screening the restroom we felt was more important in maintaining that existing we thought would just be the best product in that area.
Yeah, there's some ornamental plants in there that I think could be removed while keeping all of the bigger, older plants, but we can discuss that.
Yeah, and we wouldn't be opposed to that. Like what we saw today is, some of the lantanas and things that maybe do look a little out of place. There could be some thinning and some work done like that.
Yeah, because we're completely redoing the plant palette and all the other shrub beds. So this one probably should, I would think, get scooped in with those.
Consistent.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no other commissioner questions, I'll open it up for public comment. Anybody who wishes to speak on this item, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. And when you're done, if you could print your name on the list on the table behind you.
Got it. Thank you. So my sole reason for coming down here was to thank the commission and staff, everybody, and the consultant for really just tackling everything I brought up, a few meetings back. I mean, I think I had 10 or 12 items, and really they've all been addressed beautifully. So really appreciate it. I'm speaking for, other Bob Jacob and Scott Sebastian and Christoph, all the others feel the same way. So anyway, kudos to all of you. I really appreciate it. And Tom, finding the light fixture was a great find. Coup. But anyway, as long as I'm here, I do I do want to make a comment about the bike racks. And when I was looking at Tom's staff or the staff report the city did, and I saw the stainless steel simple ones, I actually had a positive feeling, because I think if the intent is to keep the integrity of the 74 design, which was that design is uncluttered, it's simple, and there's lack of ornamentation in that style. And that is a real style. It's not that they forgot to put things in it. And so to me, when I saw the hoop in stainless steel, to me, it felt like that style. And so just thinking in the extreme, like I appreciate your comments, George, and I'm not trying, but you said maybe there's 4 locations, maybe we could have 4 different artists, to really liven it up. Well, to me, let's say if there's 4 different artists that have individual different looking bike racks in the park, it's the opposite of keeping a simple, uncluttered theme. So I just throwing that idea out as a thought. I mean, to me, I don't know how the commission feels, but when I see that linear hooped bike rack at Village Entrance, to me, it's kind of an interesting, simple, almost like an art piece. I know it's not individual art, but it has that feeling of simplicity, and which to me is elegant and it's good in my
So,
my
Bob,
view. So
Well,
anyway,
I
yeah,
have a philosophical question for you.
yeah.
And that is, do you think it was that the original authors of the park, the designers in the 70s, would be insulted by public art being added to the park, given the whole nature of our community and the fact that parks do evolve, they do express the character of the culture, and the people. And to have the most showcased iconic park in the city say, we don't want any public art in it because it's not consistent with the original design. I'm just wondering if that's going too far.
Well, it's a good question, and I think when I've been here, I moved here in '74, but I lived in Laguna Hills for a couple of years before that. So I observed all the planning of Main Beach Park. I knew Fred Lang and Ken Wood, and so I remember some of the Planning Commission and Council dialogue at that time, and I remember them saying the window to the sea means that it needs to be simple and uncluttered. And I remember there was a How Pastorius piece that was put in, a big modern sculpture that was put temporarily in Main Beach Park near the sidewalk. And there was a lot of discussion, public discussion, that didn't follow the council guidelines of it being uncluttered. And I remember it was talked about that Heisler should be the place for public art because it had a different configuration. There was more trees, there was more objects where the art could fit in and create its own interest and dynamics. But Main Beach was supposed to be, in my recollection, was supposed to be simple, where nothing competed with the beauty of the ocean and the view. So that's what I remember. There's probably information, from back in that era. I'm not so much a purist on this that I think if there was a bike rack that was colorful, and provided interest that, Fred and Ken would roll over in their grave or anything. I don't think it's to that level. I think if the artwork was so bold and so of a scale that really did create a lot of attention to itself in Main Beach, I think that would start to, cross the line from the original intent.
Thank you.
I think bike racks are rather small things. I mean, they're not going to be 10 feet tall and,
Yeah, no, I agree. But I think the idea if the artist that was doing them, all 4 locations were the same artist and the same look,
That's
it
fine.
might feel less cluttered and less decorated.
Yeah,
yeah.
could be defined by the Arts Commission, I
Yeah,
guess.
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Yerka. I'm also very grateful for the impact that your discussion and considerations have had on the proposal. And I'm just very happy with how it's turned out. I remember a while back when I was here for a promenade discussion, one of the commissioners said something about how Main Beach is for visitors, the promenade will be for residents. I actually feel the opposite. My Saturday ritual is farmer's market, La Serena, eat breakfast on a bench and do the cliff walk. And Main Beach is very near and dear to my heart. I'm sorry to have to rain on the parade a little bit, but I'm really concerned about the use of Ipe wood for the benches. I don't know how widely known this is, but in November 2022, EPA was added to the site's Appendix 2 list of the Endangered Species Act. And that's the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. And basically what that does is it starts a clock, and then in 2 years, which would be November 2024, they will evaluate whether to put it on Appendix 1, which would ban a trade in the wood from the signatory countries. EPA is incredibly slow going. At 100 years, it's only 12 to 24 inches wide at the trunk. They grow in extremely low densities in the Brazilian Amazon. And so in order to take down one tree, very often there is just a lot of deforestation around it. And it's caused, because it's become very valuable in the US in particular, it's caused a great deal of illegal logging in the Amazon. And even though technically we would be able to use it as a hardwood, and I'm really glad that you rejected the idea of plastic, I'm just so proud of Laguna's commitment to environmentalism and sustainability. And I think a wood that is so clearly damaging the rainforest is something that we would need to stay away from. And so I would urge you even at this late date to find a different material to use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Well, I worked on the original plans for this in a very minor way with Langenwood. So you asked what would they like to see? And there was a booklet that was produced somewhere in my garage. I have this booklet with renderings by Carlos Denise. I don't know if any of you know Carlos Denise, who did beautiful renderings for various projects. And he depicted the feeling of Main Beach, including the windswept eucalyptus. And this was something that Fred was very enamored of, including in the park. And we used to have a lot more of them than there are there now. And so I would say what he would be saying is, let's put some more eucalyptus back and to have that component, especially on the sides of the park. And thank you for all the changes that have been made so far and for all your detailed consideration of every aspect of this park. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and go to commissioner discussion, deliberation, decision-making. Anybody want to start?
You want to ask about wood alternatives?
Yeah, I probably should kick it back to
Right.
staff.
Yeah.
If staff wants to respond to
And then
any of the public
Commissioner,
comments.
make sure you keep your mic on. Got it.
Tom, can you comment on the eBay?
Yeah, I'm not aware of the potential to be banned. That wasn't brought up to us when we spoke with the lumberyard. We did, though, when we approached them, we asked what material would fit this location, and they proposed to us either the ipe or a redwood. We looked at the redwood, we rolled it out because it is a softer wood. But that being said, I'm not aware of a hardwood alternative to ipe.
So there's basically two options that they kind of threw out, just those two.
I'll say the third is keeping the existing with the different paint color.
I think I already closed the public hearing.
Yeah, in regard to the alternative of using teak, the concern or the issue, I believe, was getting it in the dimensions required for the benches. So that was one of the major conditions is finding the wood that would come in. For instance, the top and bottom are going to require a 4x4 that's milled down to match. So that was the other part of finding an available wood.
Have you estimated, I mean, how many benches are we talking about, and how many board feet of lumber? Has it been figured out about that?
It's a lot. We did have that, so Yun Yun can pull that out. We have, I believe it's 43 benches. And yeah, so it was quantified and broken down in lumber feet. Also, one of the nice things about the benches are that they're 8 feet, so that you don't have a lot of waste as far as cutting. So that matches the dimension of the lumber. But yeah, we're looking for the 2x4 variety, 495 feet, and the 4x4s we're looking at 90 feet.
Okay.
And what is the original existing material?
I'll steer a little bit away from that. The existing material is Douglas fir, painted Douglas fir. I don't know that was original. The plan called for, I forget the type of hardwood that's no longer available. I have not in our research been able to determine if that was installed and removed at some point. But the existing is Douglas fir, and the original plan calls a hardwood.
There's, I know that when we were talking about this before, I sent, I think, 2 or 3 alternative, and I can't find it in my notes right now, but there is a teak alternative, and I can't think of the name. It's about half the cost, but it's a very similar wood to teak. And I know it should be available in the dimensions that you need. I would also suggest potentially looking at Philippine mahogany as a possibility as well. It's a more readily available hardwood that's the graining is very consistent. It's very stable material, so that might be an alternative too. But my only other comment on this is that all hardwoods in the world are starting to become extinct. So it's as much as we like to think about environmental issues here. I think pretty much all hardwoods, whether they're from South America or the Philippines or anywhere in the world, basically, that they're becoming more and more rare. And I know koa is outlawed. You can't even get koa anymore, I don't think, because it just doesn't exist anymore. But I mean, I don't disagree with the idea that we should be conscious of that, but it's also, to try to find an alternative that's going to hold up in that environment and isn't a soft wood and isn't something that is prone to splintering or anything, which is why I brought up the Philippine mahogany as maybe as something to take a look at. It's a little different color, but it might be a reasonable alternative.
Yeah, again, we went to the source so what I wanted to make sure, because those other materials were brought up, we wanted to make sure that we did not propose something that then contractors come back and say they can't source. That's why we went with the Ipe, because we were told that is locally available. It was going to be I think about a 1 month lead time to provide the quantities needed.
Okay. Great. Thank you. And I guess the only other public comment that I heard that I asked you to address was, was there ever any consideration to add eucalyptus or other mature tree specimens as part of this project?
The short answer is no. Following the previous meeting, we did look at the original plan, and there are eucalyptus trees shown in the park. Not aware, we could not find any history of why the trees were gone, whether that was natural or if they were removed. But the overarching reason for not adding trees was to follow that original direction of protecting the windows to the seas. The comment tonight, as far as adding trees on the edges, I'll say the edge where marine safety is, there's really no areas that would be conducive to a large tree. And then the other edge being along the Hotel Laguna, where we are maintaining all of the existing trees in that area that have grown in and are quite large. I don't believe there's opportunity to add trees into that location and not run into similar issues like we have with the palm trees and the ficus. So,
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
thank you.
I just, if we're doing research on the hardwoods, there are, I know Ipe is I've heard as well that there are issues with it from an environmental standpoint, but I'm just wondering if by chance there are countries that it can be drawn from that that are certified. In other words, environmentally certified sources for it. That might be worth just checking into.
Yeah, and I would be happy to follow up on that and have a condition in our project documents that require it to be sourced appropriately, responsibly.
If that's possible.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Okay, now we'll close the public hearing and go to commissioner discussion and comments. Anybody in particular want to start?
Yeah, could I just start off by saying, I think we have two categories of comments. One has to do with the hardscape. And we've asked quite a number of questions and we've heard comments. And then the second has to do with the planting. And maybe we could address, be focused in addressing those two buckets.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, so if we start with the hardscape, Commissioner Kallenberg first talked about the edging cobble, the 3-foot edging cobble, and whether that was really needed or appropriate. And I would suggest that it's not needed or appropriate for this park. I'm trying to focus the discussion. There's so much content here, and there's some very specific recommendations that have come up through the process of this.
So do you want to run through all your hardscape comments and then have us, each
Okay.
focus on those, or do you want us to go
One item at a time.
one item at a time?
At a time.
Okay,
So
well, you want
So
to do that this time?
I support the notion of getting rid of the cobble, obviously, based on my previous comments.
anyone?
I don't feel strongly one way or the other. If it's a maintenance issue and it would be less of a maintenance issue to not have it, then I'd be supportive of not having it.
Okay. Second is related, and that is that there is the addition of a lot of boulders in 4 different planters. And I don't see any reason for that. Particularly in the shrub planters, I think it's just an unnecessary addition. It's not related to anything in the original plans. Additionally, there's 3 to 6 inch cobble in, I think, 4 of the planters, which the planters are filled with planting. I don't think we need the cobbles and the boulders and the planting. We can just have the planting. So,
How do other commissioners feel about that?
Well, I defer to Commissioner Whiten on landscape questions because she's the expert on that.
well, I don't know, I wouldn't say I'm the expert, but I think it is consistent with the idea of an uncluttered, simple landscape. And it doesn't really serve any purpose. It's just an addition.
Commissioners, I feel strongly one way or
I
another.
agree. I think the boulders suggest kind of a certain period of kind of landscape thinking where they were kind of dropped in, unless that was a consistent theme in the original plans to have boulders in all the planters. Do we know that?
No.
But I generally, support the notion of simplifying the planting, simplifying what goes on in the planters to where they're cleaner, more simpler compositions.
Okay.
Am I allowed to ask a clarifying question? Oh,
Sure. I
so-
open
so
the public hearing.
the only question I'm not opposed to removing the boulders that are being proposed. My clarifying question would be, are you recommending removal of boulders that are existing?
There are
Or
not
is
very
it-
many of them and they're pretty invisible.
I just want to make sure we get it right.
I would say leave the existing one, just don't
Okay.
add two.
Okay, thank you.
I would agree with that. I mean, I would think the only, justification for maybe adding it is just trying to have variety, but is it really adding much? Like,
The plants are the thing.
right.
Commissioner Kellenberg mentioned the stamped concrete that's at the intersection of Broadway and whether it's really necessary to remove and replace that. And I would propose that it's definitely not necessary, that the irrigation can be routed between the stamped concrete and Coast Highway concrete. And we're proposing to redo that anyway, I think. So I would say let's just leave it as it is and then pressure wash all the paving in the whole park at the end of construction. But I don't think that it's necessary to remove and replace that. It just wasn't thought through.
Regarding that, I guess there was a question in my mind about the frequency of cleaning that plaza, because it's pretty disgusting. And if there needs to be a little bit, increased frequency, it might be good from a public benefit to consider such.
Yes, I didn't get that answer today, but I will discuss it with maintenance to increase that.
Okay, the trash cans, we didn't discuss the trash cans at all. And one of the proposals in here is to keep the big plastic trash cans on the beach. During the winter, there would be, we did a site walk today as a disclosure. And the gray plastic trash cans are on the beach. And then in the summer, Tom was describing that there threefold increase in the number of trash cans. Is that what we want? Or one of the alternatives was to install the plastic wood slat trash cans to the edge of the sidewalk.
In lieu of what's on the beach?
Tom, I thought that's what you were proposing.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yes, so the proposal with the trash cans is so throughout the park, the what I'll call square aggregate concrete trash cans would be replaced with the round sandblast finish concrete. And then the gray brute trash cans that are placed along the boardwalk and the sand would be replaced with those plastic simulated wood slat trash cans.
Right.
So then the only gray plastic trash cans, those would only be the supplemental cans during the summer.
No, those would be because there are the gray brute trash cans are placed year round. It's just more are added during the summers. So the minimal ones that are there year round would be replaced with the slatted plastic. And then during the summer, there would be additional of the brute.
That's what I tried to
trash
say.
cans.
That's what I tried to say. Yeah.
But
It worked out really well.
they were replaced at the stairs from the boardwalk to the beach with the slatted plastic wood ones.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
too.
Yes, but only there. So I think this whole thing about having ugly plastic trash cans on the beach, I don't know the answer to it, but it's ugly.
Well, let me say it this way and tell me if I'm wrong. In off-peak periods, which is most of the year, other than a couple of months, there would be no blue or gray plastic trash cans.
Yes.
In the proposed condition, that's correct.
Right.
I don't
They're
think
gone.
we should, I
They're
don't think
gone.
we should ever have them. I think.
Oh.
we
They're,
should
they're
have 'em.
only there during the 2 months during peak summer.
All right. Thought you just said the opposite, but
Yeah.
you didn't.
Sorry.
Good, good. So they wouldn't be there during the winter. They're only there during the summer. They're temporary,
The additional.
not the
trash
additional.
cans.
The gray brute cans are, some of them are on the beach all year round.
Right. Right. So those would be
But
replaced
not
with a
proposed, not
slatted.
proposed. Existing, but not
exi-
proposed.
Existing today, we have the gray brute trash cans. So those that are existing today year round would be replaced with the simulated wood slat trash cans. And then during the peak areas, additional brute trash cans would be added. Because
On the sand,
on the
not in
sand.
a container.
Right, because the existing just can't handle the amount even with, daily trash removal. It's just with the volume of trash, they need to add those.
Is there any reason not to just do those slatted? Just provide enough of them year round, whether they're filled every single day outside the peak summer months. I just think, we've got this beautiful park. We're doing all these additions. We're replacing the benches, the lights, the landscaping, all this stuff, and we're still going to use gray plastic trash cans during the summer. It seems like it's goes against what we're trying to do here to beautify this feature of Laguna Beach. So.
Yeah, it's really, it comes down to the maintenance and sustainability of removing and adding those, storing them. So again, the maintenance operation is just at those peak months to add those.
Do they, I mean, so typically these slatted trash containers, do they have the big gray brute thing inside of them?
It has a, not that same type, but yeah, there's a liner that the plastic bags go inside of. So it's typically just a black liner.
I mean, is there a possibility of having a container for the large gray plastic brute ones that typically go on the sand? So they would be slide in and out of something that's a little bit more attractive, but wouldn't become a super maintenance issue. You could still just lift the big gray brute out of this other container that makes it a little bit aesthetically better.
Yeah, when I say it's a maintenance issue, it's more, just being able to move them, adjust them with the rising sand. So they'll need to chain them so they're not washed away with the high tide and things. So it really, when I say maintenance, it's just a matter of maintaining them out there, not emptying the bags.
How many are there of the summer additional?
It tends to, at each location, get an additional 2 cans.
So there'd be 3 times as many if we did permanent.
Right. Right. That would be, if they were made permanent, I think that would be excessive to have year round.
Could we condition, if we move to approve this evening, could we condition that Stantec comes back with a recommendation on how to address this problem?
From, I guess
What's the problem?
The
that's
problem is we
what I was
don't
trying to
want
get to is
gray
defining.
plastic trash cans
Yeah.
on the beach.
I mean, we deal with trash issue is a big deal here. And we know on any given weekend, especially in the summer months, that, the place is inundated and there's trash, overflowing trash cans, and it's just a big mess, because, people tend not to respect those kinds of things. So I'm wondering if we just made the decision to increase the number of permanent slatted trash receptacles along the beach side of the boardwalk just year round. I mean, I don't see that we could ever really have too many trash cans because, the ones that are there are all often overflowing with garbage from people picnicking and whatnot down there. So it just seems like, we're trying to, create a beautiful aesthetic here, and to throw, plastic trash cans on the beach just seems like we're kind of failing in that regard. That's how I
Well,
feel.
if we said, let's install these plastic trash cans on the beach, would they have to have a concrete footing? And then what level of approval is required to do that?
Yeah, so that was one thing, we were trying to keep those to where they would be mounted from the boardwalk to avoid placing them in the sand.
Right.
Well,
The permanent ones.
Correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
But Commissioner Sadler's proposing maybe there's a sleeve around the brute.
Well, if you're putting in a permanent sleeve, you might as well
That would be.
do the permanent, put
Yeah,
in the
they'll do a
permanent
bigger-
can.
Do a
Yeah.
bigger plastic slat. And those could be moved on and off.
So I think what I'm hearing is there an option where the temporary trash cans are more aesthetically pleasing?
Yeah,
That's hard, they're trash cans.
yeah, and yeah, it's a difficult, you know, there's that style in various colors, but inevitably it's a trash can. You know, to have, again, it's not very practical to have the slotted or the slatted, triple the quantity and store them somewhere and bring them out. It's just, you know, something that I don't know that it would be sustainable maintenance wise.
Then we can have trash ladies and men who go around and take your trash on the beach.
I mean, would it be outrageous just to double the number of the slatted permanently installed trash cans and just live with that?
Well, the question is, does it hurt the aesthetics?
Yeah,
Or it just looks like a
looks like.
trash can alley.
Well,
I mean, already they take away kind of from the boardwalk.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
we do.
All right.
Okay,
I mean, I think as a practical matter, it's a hard problem to solve.
right.
Right.
You have a lot of people in the summer and you have to have trash cans.
Got it.
Okay, let's move on to the next
yeah,
item.
well, we want to make a decision though.
Well,
Is that-
I don't-
Is that the decision?
I-
Okay,
As far as
maybe
I'm
they could,
concerned, it is, I mean, because I think Tom's did a decent job of explaining what the practical problems would be with
Mhm.
trying to have some sort of more aesthetically pleasing sleeve or something down on the sand that these things would slip into, then they, you know, right now, those plastic cans just are plopped on the sand, right? And they get moved back and forth, and they can be easily moved to deal with the conditions, changing beach conditions. You know, if we put something better and more permanent down there to accept these things, then they would have to be, you know, tethered in place. It might have to have a concrete pedestal or something. And
Yeah.
once we start doing any kind of construction on the sand itself, that's a whole nother issue. So,
okay, what is the time period they're on the beach?
So it's during the summer months, so they get placed out, you know, mid to late June and removed following Labor Day.
Okay. All right,
If a condition was to be placed, I would not mind having that time frame, like from Memorial Day to, you know, Labor Day.
okay, everybody agree to that?
yeah. I'm good with that.
There are two benches that are relocated to the old bike rack concrete pad, which is near the lifeguard station. Could we demolish that concrete and pour new concrete that's in the same sort of triangle shape as all the other bench configurations? I'd like to propose that we do that. You can see it on the hardscape plan or the planting right here. So all the other benches are in a kind of 45-degree configuration with a trash can in between them or a light pole in between them. And this is just trying to put them in where the old bike racks were. And I think we should demo that piece of concrete and then re-pour concrete in the same shape
Same shape as what?
as all the others. This here,
Oh,
yeah. So
You can see the shape and the picture of the benches is the best way to look at
Right,
it.
right. See it now. Do you understand that comment?
The area here where my cursor is would be redesigned to be a triangular shape and angle the benches to match this.
That or?
Existing.
or-
Yeah.
Okay, then the discussion about the bike racks as art in public places.
My feeling would be that, well, that we leave it to the discretion of the Arts Commission. You know, that we make it a condition that staff reaches out to the Art Commission, puts it out as an option. And if they're able to, if they're interested in it, and B, think that they can do something about it that won't affect the project's timeline, you know. But there was also the consideration of what others were saying about keeping things simple. So,
Well, we could suggest to the Arts Commission that, you know, the height of these should be no greater than X, whatever that is, you know, 30 inches, 40 inches or whatever. And that potentially it's one artist does all 4 locations. But that could be, you know, I mean, I don't want to step on their
Right.
purview.
Yeah, I have to jump in here. There's, some separation of powers here.
Yeah.
Bringing up the Muni code and, obviously I understand it's this is a very, robust process, but it's very difficult for one commission to condition a decision on another commission. So, yeah.
I think all George is asking for is to have some optionality for the possibility of something. And if it doesn't work through the commission or however the process goes, we go to the default that was in Tom's plan.
Right. Yeah. That's entirely fine.
One commission can certainly make a suggestion to another commission.
Yeah, we can
That's
make
all.
recommendation.
We can, of course, you can make recommendations. I'm just saying, if a condition is the art must be, as Commissioner said, a certain height by a certain artist, all of a sudden it limits.
No.
If
Well,
there's
Well,
a
do we make the
recommendation-
condition that the art has to be good?
I misspoke.
So if I would recommend a condition stating that staff present this option to the Arts Commission for consideration if the Arts Commission determines they don't want to do art in public places, that we would revert to
Default
the
to
stainless steel.
You know, there may not be enough
well,
budget.
keeping in
I
mind
don't
the
know what
original design intent for simplicity and the window to see.
Right.
Yeah, I think if some, the intent of the original park plan was communicated to them as well.
Right.
Without getting into specific heights or widths or anything, just say, this was, the theme is simplicity. But would it be possible to add to this if there's $12,500 being generated? I can't imagine that a custom designed bike rack is going to be less expensive or equal to a catalog cut.
Well, that's what I was just saying, that
could we
the
take the-
budget may not,
But could we take the art in public places revenue generated by this project and potentially apply it to that project to give it additional funding?
Well,
or make-
sure. I mean, the Arts Commission has their own budgets too, so they, I don't know if it's, if it's 12 grand, I would say, as somebody who does public art, I wouldn't be interested in touching it for the 10-foot pole because you're not going to make any money. But if they said, well, we'll take the 12 grand or whatever the number is, and we're going to add another 10 to make it feasible to actually.
Well,
have
no,
art to-
there's the existing budget of the bike racks. So you already have that number. So
Right.
this would just be supplemental to that.
That would be at the purview of the Arts Commission and their budget constraints or ability to add to.
Like, the base for the light poles, I would recommend when we reset the light post that's in the grass, that it be on a concrete base that's no higher than the lowest base.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then I think the last thing that I have in the hardscape is the width of the new sidewalks. I think 9 feet is excessively wide. And we have a lot of walks in and through this park. And I don't think those two need to be as wide as they are. And I don't know what the width of the existing walk is. Maybe it is 9 feet, but it doesn't look like 9 feet at that same intersection, Tom, where the big ficus tree is and the existing walk goes out to the lifeguard station. What's the width of that walk? I mean, everybody seems to be walking on that without spilling off.
So that appears to be maybe around 6 feet.
Okay.
I would agree with that recommendation.
Okay. Any other hardscape comments?
If I can, again, sorry. Recommendation being make those two proposed 6 feet wide or match the existing if it's 5.5 or
Well,
can we call it
That's the
6?
existing.
Yeah.
If you think the existing feels
Yeah.
comfortable.
I mean,
Okay,
6 should be
so
adequate.
we'll
though.
match exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think there are any other hardscape. Then the planting plans, nobody really had any comments on the planting.
Well, I think I was hoping you would look at the plant list and see if you agreed that they were keeping in the spirit of the not too exotic and too busy.
Yeah, my review is it's still too ornamental. There are, this is a coastal beach park. It's informal. We want it to be low maintenance, and given the number, if it's kind of hard to look at the planting because it doesn't actually enlarge very clearly on our iPads. But there are a lot of different species and some small shrub beds. What I would suggest is that the designer go back and simplify the design. On our site walk today, Commissioner Kallenberg and Tom and Yunion and I looked at one particular shrub planter adjacent to the stamped concrete at Broadway intersection. That planter had a combination of plants that had a very soft color palette and had planting that was extremely healthy and growing well. Not only the palette, the planting palette, but the color palette was appropriate. And that was sort of the right degree of informality and some broad strokes, because we want this to feel beachy. Right now, what it is a mess, but what's proposed is kind of a dialed up ornamental version of what's there now. So we don't want it to look like a cottage garden. We want it to look very naturalized. So I would even suggest, I'll quickly go through the plant palette. And I would suggest the following, there are 3 shrub species I think we could eliminate none of these have very many units. For example, the Grevillea moonlight, that's a beautiful plant, but there are 2 of them proposed and they certainly weren't in the original palette, and it will have an ornamental feeling. So I would eliminate that, and I would replace it with a Melaleuca nessophylla, which exists on the site and is a beautiful coastal plant that's used throughout Heisler Park also. The rush, the Arctic frost rush, feels too ornamental. That could be replaced with limonium. The limonium, we have only 20 units of limonium, and that's very coastal, very typical of Laguna, and you could just change out the Arctic forest rush for the limonium. The Dianella is a very popular plant right now. I don't think it has anything to do with the beach. And I would suggest maybe just, when there are 28 units, substitute Carissa or add aloe arborescens, which is already in the park and is not on the new planting plan. And also some agave attenuata, which is typical, and those can be kept low enough. They can grow very big, but you can keep them low. So, and I would also not plant the Rhamnus californica. We have only, 3 units of that. Change that to the Carissa macrocarpa, not the green carpet, but the regular species. And I would, so is everybody happy with?
I'm looking at them as you're as you're going through.
General
Yeah,
idea,
that's a
the
bad
general
plan.
idea that we talked about was simplifying the planting plan so there's fewer species. They're more sympathetic to the context, and they're in slightly larger masses.
Yes. And they're broadly associated with Laguna Beach and actually already in the park, planted in this Main Beach Park.
And
Yes.
you deny your expertise. I'm shocked.
Well, I know how to say the Latin
I know.
because I studied Latin, you know, in 5th grade or something. Okay, the other comment on the planting was the area behind the bathrooms, which is now not in the scope of work. And when you go out there, it has some big philodendrons, which are really beautiful. It has some giant birds of paradise, and it has some of the big Carissa macrocarpa. But it's also got a bunch of ornamental stuff, which should be removed and replaced with some of these other species that are in the plant legend. So you could put some like agave, put some aloe arborescens in there. Look great. And then it would feel more like a continuous planting around that cul-de-sac. Right now, there's one little group, and then there's another group, and then there's a third area there behind the bathroom. So it should all tie together, and that should be one design. And around that ficus tree, those shrubs need to be removed. They're in conflict with the tree. And I think that's it. Oh, I think we could suggest that a couple more Melaleucanessa phyla are added to the large planter at the terminus of the cul-de-sac. There are already 3 in there. They're very gnarly and full of character, and there's some holes in there that you could plug with 2 more. And that's it.
Well, I agree with those planting suggestions, and sounds like we're all in agreement with the hardscape suggestions. So, other
You're
than
not going to
that,
make us repeat all that in a motion, right?
I've kind of
No.
got them sort of written down, but
Yeah, Anthony has them all down. The one thing I did want to, and the stamped concrete remains as is. I didn't hear any, but no one objected, so I want to make sure that that is the one.
no, it sounded like that was possible for them to reroute the irrigation to avoid whipping that
So I
up.
just want to make sure that
Right.
the commission is in agreement with that. Okay.
Yep. Okay, great. Other than that, any other general comments from the commissioners?
Exciting because, well, now on the planting, are we approving it conditionally? And then.
Yes, I think what we're trying to
Have
do
them
is
come
have,
back.
no.
All
I
right.
mean, we're trying to get
Move
this
it.
thing approved tonight. At least that's my goal. So I would say that we're looking at this being conditionally approved tonight, as we've discussed. If that's okay with everybody else.
Yes.
And my just general feeling was, I mean, my feeling after our previous meeting and what you guys came in here with tonight and stuff was just very pleased and just really happy that you were able to address, the majority of our comments, the majority of the comments that were made by members of the public. And, surprised, but happy that that some commissioners are still going in further into it and coming up with even better suggestions at this point. So I'm, again, just, congratulations to you guys. Really appreciate the effort to do what you did. Any other comments beyond that?
No, it was very thoughtfully done, very thoughtfully responded to all the comments.
Thank you.
The only other kind of thing that we're kicking around a lot here and just, in general for you guys to think about is any possible solution to the trash can solution, and situation. It's just, it is unfortunate that with all this effort and work that's being done, that's, but it's one of those things with what are you going to do? What are you going to replace it all with, a centrally located dumpster on the beach? I just.
I want to circle back though and just ask the question because you went through the discussion of how do we address these changes went by pretty fast. I just want to ask the question of is there an option of approving everything, allowing Tom to move ahead with the exception of just the planting plan and allow the planting plan to come back for one more review, given the variety and number of comments that were made. I just want to throw that option out to the commission for consideration.
I don't know. I was pretty clear on what Commissioner Whiten was suggesting. I mean.
Are you comfortable with?
Yeah, I'm
throwing it out there.
Yeah. I mean, what
We know who to go to if it goes wrong.
right. I mean,
Well,
I mean, what's your concern? I mean, that they would after
think it's just-
conditionally approving it, that they would.
There were a lot of comments and I'm not sure is the Stantec landscape architect here?
I think what
No.
you're just asking for, Steve, is another look. to make-
Just a
Yeah.
confirmation that the comments were appropriately applied.
does that create any sort of
Delay.
fly in the ointment?
Do we have any options to that effect to somehow conditionally approve it here tonight and yet request that it comes back to Fresno?
Just only the landscape. In other words, all the hardscape, all the irrigation design, all the civil engineering, all the drainage, all the grading plans, all of that can move ahead. Just this one item.
One suggestion. I mean, I'm going to be volunteering 2 people, but just a quick subcommittee to take another look at it. So you don't have to bring it up public if you want to do that.
I think
I
it
don't
would be
think-
better to have them revise the plan and come back.
I don't feel it's necessary.
I mean, Tom, you feel like, you took notes on all this stuff. I feel like you're professional enough and expertise in this thing that, I kind of agree with Ken that I'm comfortable with, the notes that you've taken and that'll be executed accordingly. So-
Well, all of the suggestions that were made will be in the minutes.
Correct.
The minutes are taken from the recording.
Correct. And
And so
final
we
resolution will
have the
also reflect
option,
that.
we have we can review the minutes and see if everything was covered.
Correct. Yeah. And then there is the added complexity if we do kind of bifurcate it. And once again, this is just hypothetical, but I'm here to think of the worst case scenario. Someone attempting to appeal just the updated landscape plan. So then you have this funky scenario where project has been approved. And then when the landscape plan comes back and for whatever reason, someone says, nope, I think, the planning commission got it wrong. I want to, challenge that. So, once again, I do know, I think Principal Planner Vieira did have a couple clarifying questions on it to make sure he got everything right. So it would be my advice, no matter how, potentially brutal it is, to make sure he has it right tonight.
Well, if we did have I'll tell you, I'll be very frank about my concern. You asked about the concern. Is that there's a lot of concern with what happened out of the channel. And it still hasn't been fixed. And this is how many months later that it hasn't been fixed. And I know there are other priorities, but that's my concern, that if we just let it go and it's not done right, it's never going to get fixed. And so my question is, if we were to have a subcommittee, could we approve everything tonight?
Well,
And the subcommittee would review the planting,
I don't.
but it wouldn't work. That is not.
Right. So I mean, so now we're kind of and I understand the point that, hey, you guys as the city, decision maker in this instance, want to effectuate your decision. Having a subcommittee or members of the commission kind of go out and then ensure compliance is really kind of a code enforcement issue. Now, of course, the applicant being the city, we are not going to issue ourselves a code enforcement citation or anything like that. But having a follow-up subcommittee or some kind of enforcement mechanism of the planning commission to ensure the conditions of approval, which govern, that is, we took the notes. The record is going to say, this is what should be there. Now, of course, like anything, I can't go there and rip them out myself and plan, but that's kind of just the nature of the business. So if there's if the commission is hesitant or thinks that the plans as provided, as modified, are not going to be effectuated, and unfortunately, I know you're not going to want to hear this, you guys really then should direct it all to come back with a specific dedicated landscaping plan where you can look at it all and say.
Why does it all need to come back? Why can't just the landscape come back?
And once again, I guess it's,
You explained.
I wouldn't say it's
That's
legally
bifurcating.
impossible. I'm saying from a practical perspective, let's say someone out there decides they want to appeal this.
But that's an outlying,
But it doesn't.
situation.
No, sure. I mean, you dollars to donuts, you are correct, but I am up here to avoid the worst case scenario. And so anytime you bifurcate a project, then there's the chance that there's two different passive approval, two different appeals, and it just becomes a mess.
It's a matter of implementation. It doesn't matter if the plans come back to us and we re-review them, and then all your comments are clearly made to the plans, and then it's not implemented. Either way, the way we approve it here tonight or having it come back again doesn't guarantee that it's going to be implemented the way that we condition it. That's up to the city to do properly. We can, on our own, after the project's done, go out there and raise hell if it's not done according to our conditions of approval.
One thing to keep in mind, I know you brought up the channel project, that was the flood control people. They handled that, and I feel more confident that Tom and his crew are going to do what we asked. So it's a little bit of a false narrative to compare, the landscaping that we didn't get on the channel because it was in the hands of an agency that was outside of our city, to have our city,
It wasn't implemented the way that we approved it.
I know, but what I'm
yeah,
saying is
right.
I feel confident that in Tom and his crew that they're going to do it right, so it's a little different scenario in my book.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, and I see the urgency of the situation. But generally speaking, I would prefer that the city not hire engineers, landscape architects to do landscape design. I think we need to hire top-notch landscape architecture firms to do landscape design. But be that as it may, this is what we're dealing with here. And so we can only do the best we can under these circumstances. And I hope it's specific enough, and design is a very subjective thing, So.
I do want to mention on, I know it's a little different, but we did create a subcommittee when we were dealing with the Farmers and Merchants Bank, because there was a couple of color changes that we wanted them to be able to proceed forward, and then the subcommittee was able to review with authorizations from the Planning Commission to approve the suggested minor changes in their scheme, so that it didn't have to come back to the full commission for review.
It's true.
I think what you're hearing is I think there's a lack of confidence in the landscape architect on this project. And which creates a little bit higher level of interest in wanting to see it come back rather than just have it throw all these out there and with an act of faith that it's going to be done properly. It's the most important park we have. And I mean, and there's so many projects that come through that we make them come back and make them come back because we didn't approve. I mean, we've substantially rejected the planting plan in this park.
If I could speak, so I do appreciate Commissioner Dubin. Public Works did not implement the channel. However, we do on our internal projects have safeguards to prevent that type of item. So when we put a set of final plans together, one of the things I myself personally responsible for signing off on the plan sheet that it is consistent with the design review approval. So that's something typical that we do on our public works projects. If there was concern with addressing the comments that came up tonight, I would think maybe a solution could be to have a condition of approval where rather than me finding the consistency with design review, if that could be something done by the Director of Community Development, if that would make sense and provide some confidence in that.
Anthony?
And Chair, if I may expand on that and perhaps to echo what Pat had mentioned, staff did take meticulous notes here this evening regarding plant replacements. We did have one question for Commissioner Whiten. I didn't quite capture the replacement for the Ramus californica.
That was, I think, the
And while you look for
Carissa.
that,
I was taking
macrocarpa.
notes too.
Yeah. Yes, Carissa macrocarpa.
perfect. Thank you so much. And as part of the building plan check process, planning staff will be involved with that review process. And therefore, the planning division will meticulously compare the design review approved plans that you are approving this evening conditionally with the plans that are being submitted for building permit issuance.
Sounds good to me. Right?
You say that again.
Don't make him.
Absolutely, Chair Pro Tem.
Do you want me to, do you want me to run through these items again, or do you guys feel that confident that you have them all?
I do have a summary of the conditions. Chair, I'll defer to you if you'd like to.
Okay, well, I don't think there's that many of them. We're talking about the edging cobblestones to not be used, no new boulders, not to remove and replace the stamped concrete, but to redo the irrigation to avoid that. Redoing that area to a more of a concrete triangular niche at the bench locations to match the other ones. Some sort of suggestion to the Art Commission regarding evaluating the bike racks. Reducing the sidewalk widths to match the existing, and the planting revisions as suggested by Commissioner Whiten.
Yes, Chair, that was all captured by staff as well. I may have a couple of more additions for your consideration. The Ipe wood to be utilized for the benches shall be sourced responsibly to the extent feasible. The additional trash bins placed at Main Beach to accommodate the peak visitor season shall only be deployed between Memorial Day and Labor Day. When the pole lights are reset for installation, the poles shall be anchored into new concrete bases that are no taller than the lowest base that currently exists within Main Beach Park. And just to clarify that condition regarding the Arts Commission, the way staff has understood that condition to be is the permittee shall present a request for artist-designed bicycle racks to the Arts Commission for their consideration. If that request is denied, the permittee shall install stainless steel bike racks as shown on the plans cleared and stamped by the city on May 23rd, 2024, the plans before you this evening. If approved, the permittee shall diligently pursue an artist-designed bicycle rack subject to Arts Commission approval and to be designed, fabricated, and installed as part of this renovation project.
Okay. Do you think any additional suggestion about them keeping in mind the original design intent for the window to the sea or anything like that need to be added to that?
And as so directed, yes.
Okay.
The other broad scale comment is about replacing the concrete. Because right now it's kind of a piecemeal. And what we've discussed tonight is to wholesale remove most of the concrete.
Right. So I was going to add one more. So along those lines, identifying the areas of concrete replacement to be, I didn't sketch it out perfectly here, but
Between control joints or score lines possible.
majority
To be
of
generally,
walkways,
to be generally harmonious
Yeah.
in character,
yeah, and then
rather than patchwork of incremental replacements.
correct, and then to go with that, and then to pressure wash all existing hardscape that is not replaced. So at the end of the day, we have essentially a brand new hardscape system.
That sounds good. Okay. Is everybody on board?
Yes.
I'm not, but
Oh,
that's okay. I'm
No.
just one.
I am. I'm on board.
They said no. You're not.
Are you okay,
wanted-
Susan?
You wanted to come back.
No, I don't, I'm not, I still feel that the planning plan should come back, but I think I'm just one voice, so go ahead.
Well,
We could take a straw poll on that. I don't think it's necessary. I think we've got it pretty clearly outlined and I just feel as though
the
that's,
straw poll, just take a vote.
I mean, is it out of line or is there an issue if we did, create a subcommittee to, I'm just going to ask that one more time.
Right, sure. And so once again, I obviously do not doubt the veracity of your, description of the previous subcommittee. What I am saying is that it just becomes funky and very, very tough to administer, that if two subcommittee members then and of course, I don't think that this would happen, for whatever reason, remember it differently or staff has a different understanding of it. It's very difficult for that subcommittee to then say, well, I've invested with this power, therefore change A, B, and C. Once again, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but typically how this works is that the approvals speak for themselves. That way a member of the public can come and see, okay, this is what it's going to look like. Therefore, if I want to challenge it or appeal it, this is what I can do. And when we then say, well, you're going to do this other project component subject to the approval of two subcommittee members, let's say someone wants to challenge that. There's not really a way to do that in the.
And for the record, I agree with you. I do not think a subcommittee is the answer.
okay.
Yeah, you want to bring it back.
I just want to, I can't believe that we've never had an approval where we didn't have just a single component come back for further review.
we've had lots of them.
Right. And so once again.
So I'm not sure why that's so hard for us to do.
Well, and so I believe my answer says, I'm not saying it's legally prohibited. I am just saying that is somewhat atypical. And I'm not doubting that it hasn't been done before, for the same reason that when we approve, let's say, and obviously I know you guys don't do that, a house, we don't approve the first floor and not the second. We don't say come back for the master bedroom, but we approve the rest of the house.
Well, that's not a logical comparison to what we're talking about. I mean, this is something that's completely independent. It allows 90% of the project to go forward. It's just one aspect.
If just playing out that scenario, would that come back as a public hearing or a consent item? Some of my concern also being with the CDP filing a note.
If we had the opportunity to review it ahead of time, it could very easily be a consent item, couldn't it?
Well, and so I don't know if a separate project component that requires independent findings, which in my opinion, the landscape plan would, you guys, that as part of your, purview, you would need to say, does this landscape plan meet the following findings? And if you all exercise that, then someone in theory should be able to appeal that and say, hey, no, we don't think so.
It's
That's a tail wagging the dog, in my opinion, but.
Let's
I'm-
let's vote on
I'm
it.
done. Just vote on it.
Yeah, okay. I move that we adopt a resolution approving design review 24-0311 and coastal development permit 24-0312 located at Main Beach Park, and finding said action is exempt from CEQA with the conditional changes as outlined.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
No.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, team,
Thank
staff,
you.
for your presentation. Okay, we'll give you guys a minute to clear out before we move on to our next item, which would be item 5.3. Anybody need to take a break?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to take a short 5-minute break until 8:45. Thank you. Okay, I will call back to order the City of Laguna Beach Planning Commission meeting of June 5th, 2024. And we are on to public hearing item 5.3, which is at 332 and 334 Forest Avenue, and that will be presented by our new planning technician.
Thank you, Chair. And before I turn it over to Sarah for the staff presentation, I did want to introduce her to all of you. This is her first presentation before you, and the first for a city body. Sarah started with us last year as a planning intern, and we're lucky to still have her as one of our wonderful new planning technicians. And with that, I will turn it over to Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Sarah Olson, and I'm presenting to you tonight item 5.3, which is a request for design review approval. The proposed project located at 332 and 334 Forest Avenue includes adopting a new color scheme for the exterior of the Forest Avenue Mall, which is a 29-unit commercial building located in the central business districts of the Downtown Specific Plan, fronting both Forest Avenue and Ocean Avenue. Currently, the building is composed of wood siding, stucco, and brick. The wood siding and stucco are painted in a medium gray color with a dark gray trim, both of which were approved by the Planning Commission in 1997. The existing brick cladding along the parking garage on Ocean Avenue remains unpainted. Adjacent to the project are the lumberyard and Pepper Tree parking lots where most of the stucco material and the building mass is present. The proposal consists of painting all exterior building materials, including the brick cladding, with the color Iron River by Dunn Edwards. And on this side, you can see that the same paint color is applied to the building side elevations facing the abutting parking lots. Overall, staff has concluded that the project is in compliance with the design review criteria and findings. The proposed color scheme is compatible with the building's modern shed architecture and retains the building's well-articulated appearance. The darker color proposed will cause the building to visually recede into the streetscape and allow the different textures of the structure, like its asymmetrical wood siding, various roof forms, and window treatments, to create the necessary visual interest. Additionally, the monochromatic color scheme with the dark gray color is compatible with the surrounding buildings and landscaping. For all of these reasons, the project was also found to be consistent with the Downtown Specific Plan urban design guidelines. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt the attached resolution approving the design review application. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll be available for any questions.
Great. Well, thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions of staff at this point?
Sarah, I was just wondering some of the public comment has at least brought to my attention that, the previous painting scheme was done in a manner that accentuated different components of the architecture, different structural pieces. It becomes more of an interlattice of planes and structural members, which appears to have been part of the intent of the original architect, it seems to be. Whereas painting the building a single monolithic color, you kind of lose that articulation of the various structural versus field, components. I'm just wondering how staff wrestled with that issue.
So with the monochromatic color scheme, we felt that the building itself is already well articulated with its various roof angles and its window treatments with the clear story windows. And it does have various materials. So for that reason, we thought that the monochromatic color would be suitable.
Commissioner Whiten, any questions?
Yeah, sort of along the same lines. It's monochromatic, but are there different finishes to the paint? Is it flat in some areas, semi-gloss on the trim? You know, as you know, it was hard to see the sample. I understand the samples were removed from the site over the weekend.
Mhm.
So it was hard to see a large area. There was the one painted door. But to follow up on the public comments about differentiating the different materials, was there any thought given to using a stain, for example, on the diagonal wood slatting and then retaining the brick? Because I agree with your comment that the building is well articulated itself, and with the various types of corner windows, clear story windows, regular windows, there's a lot of variety in the building. There's a lot going on. But was there any consideration given to using stain in some areas? You know?
So nothing like that was included with the application, but I'm not aware of anything, so I would defer to the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Dubin?
My questions are for the applicants. Thank you and welcome to the new world.
Yes.
Yeah, first, welcome. Paint on brick, how does it weather? You see a lot of paint on brick that looks pretty bad after a little while. Any consideration on that? Or is there a special paint or brick?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Staff does not have an opinion on that matter. Like the rest of the paint treatments along the different finishes, which are primarily wood and stucco surfaces, there would need to be periodic maintenance that would need to be performed across the entire site. And that would also hold true
Any
for the
experience
brick.
at other building, Anthony, you're aware of? Other buildings in town where brick is painted?
There are various examples of painted brick, and I think also at least one with a painted brick in a dark charcoal color, somewhat comparable to what the applicant's proposing. Now, that's a recent project, so I wouldn't be able to comment on
Right.
how that may
Okay.
age over time.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any commissioner disclosures on this item? Seeing none. Okay, the applicant, please come forward to the podium. You'll have 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Real quick, I don't think there was, it was our proposal at all to paint the brick that's there. That would maintain its natural brick color. So that was not in the elevation plan at all. The color, there is nationally a very well-recognized artist architect named Bob White, who's been in our building for 20 years. He actually moved to my office and took my office over and redid the whole thing. And he's the one who had the vision to paint the building the color that it is. And I have to trust him because he actually met with, and please correct me if my pronunciation is wrong, but Alex Runagi was in his office. And Alex got to experience seeing firsthand how talented Bob White is. And the interior part of Bob's space was using this color. So he was so inspired to actually approach me and say, I think we should do this throughout the building. So being the artist architect he is, I wasn't going to argue with him because he's extremely well recognized nationally as a very famous architect and artist. So that's how we came about that. And before I came here tonight, I called Greg Abel, who his father, Chris, is the one who designed the building. And Greg had seen the sample board when it was there before it got removed. And I said, you know, Greg, can you tell me what your father would have thought about this color change? And he goes, my father would have loved it because the color, even though it might look a little dark in the elevations and what you saw on Bob White's door when you went up there, Susan, he said it will lighten. His father always believed in taking a color darker when you first apply it because paint today doesn't last that long. And he said it will naturally lighten up. So Greg was very complimentary on the color change.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I'm a little confused because you said that it is not in the proposal to paint the brick.
Yes. That's
But
correct.
all the renderings show the brick being painted.
That's interesting because
Can you, staff, bring up the renderings?
that might have been a mistake. When whoever put that on the elevation, I think that might have been a mistake because
Yeah, because if you look at this is what we were presented in our staff report.
yeah, no, that would not be the case. We would not be coloring, we would not be painting the
So
brick.
do you have a different illustration there?
I do. I have the initial one before we went to elevation drawings. And as that happened, I don't know how that paint ended up on the brick.
Maybe I can ask a couple of questions while everybody's observing that. When I look at the Forest Avenue elevation, to me, that looks fine because, you know, it's the lower part of the building and it's kind of sits down nicely there. But when I look at the lumberyard lot and the pepper tree lot, where you have
the trim.
more of the building exposed, I guess, for lack of a better way of describing it. I wonder, because especially the lumberyard lot size, it's pretty monolithic on that side. I just wonder if you were to take the proposed color and introduce one more shade of that, say 15 or 20% lighter, to sort of isolate some of the unique elevations of the structure on the building, to sort of break up that sort of monolithic structure. It seems to me that you would still be maintaining this new kind of color scheme, but just without just completely coating the building with a singular color, especially that lumberyard side. It's pretty flat and monolithic, and I could, you know.
George, if you look at this illustration,
Yeah.
they were actually doing that. There actually
Oh,
is
they are?
two tones, and the darker tone is used on the trim and the lighter tone is used on.
Oh,
the
well,
peak.
that's not what's indicated in the.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
So
So-
what your original illustration shows exactly that. It shows the brick in its natural color and it shows the trim as a darker tone.
I
I'm not-
don't think as it progressed forward in the final elevations that were sent to you, with the exception of the mistake made with the brick, I think it was going to be one color complete throughout the whole building. And the reason being is it's been a long process. The building has been in much need of repair, so we're putting an enormous amount of money in it. We just finished this week re-roofing it. And we've had to do a lot of termite and wood rot repair. And as you guys might have noticed, we tinted the post office, our building, and Ken's Jewelry next to us. And to get all the parties together, especially the post office closed to do that, it was in great need of repairs. So there will be some other things happening, which we will be coming to the city for permits and approval on the recoating all the surface area in the center courtyard area. And that will add flavor to the color scheme. And additionally, we're going to be putting in all new rain gutters that will have a slightly different color. And it'll be more patina style thing when you were talking about that lamppost. When we went in, we would not put galvanized in there. We went copper
Right.
throughout the whole roof improvement because we wanted it to naturally patina. So we think that around the building is going to add some texture to it too, to that one single color that's there. And by the way, George, I'm not opposed to that one wall on the post office side coming up with a lighter color scheme within the same theme of the color we've chosen. But if you think it would be better to be light, and we don't even see that.
I'm not suggesting it's lighter. I'm just suggesting perhaps a second accent color that might, you can sort of pick out some of the architectural lines of that side of the building, which is pretty flat, and maybe, painting a section just like a 15% lighter than the dark color or something, just so that there's something different about, the sort of flat monolithic nature of that side of the building.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think the people that would see that would be only when you're driving down Ocean Avenue, the one-way street towards the ocean, and when people go to the post office and park in that parking lot there.
well, unfortunately, we didn't get the illustration you gave us with the unpainted brick and the second trim color, so we're kind of stuck with, our staff report and the renderings we have to sort of go through this review process. And it's, you're telling us or showing us that that's not the case. And it's sort of like, well, I wish that would have been in this presentation. For some reason it got, I don't know where the disconnect happened, so it's, my comments might have been moot at that point.
All right, right.
So a couple of questions. So one, you're in agreement to leave the brick unpainted.
Absolutely.
And the current color scheme basically is light gray with a darker trim. And it's, relatively common. It's actually most common when you have, you're painting a building and you've got the body of the building and you've got these trim materials that you typically don't paint it all the same color, that you have some differentiation between the main body of the building and the trim color. Would you be open to having some variation there between, not painting it all exactly the same color, but having the trim color darker as was kind of shown in your rendering?
Well, I'm wondering if we're not addressing that already when we put in the new rain gutters throughout the whole building. If that, it will be covering a lot of the fascia that's there right now.
Around the roof edges, but if you look at the Ocean Avenue elevation of this building, there's a lot of, substantial trim around and surrounding the windows and in other areas that are currently painted this darker shade of gray. Would you consider doing something similar here, having some?
We would not have a problem with going with a darker color on all the wood trim around the windows and even the fascia as you see it today before we put on the rain gutters.
Okay, because some of this I'll leave for comments, but when I went out there to look at the painted door, so to get it, and that gives you a good idea of that actual color as it's applied, and it's not quite as dark as it appears in the rendering that we were given. So, and I think because of the fact that it's not quite that dark, that there should be some ability to get some differentiation between that and some trim color. So anyway, that's just a general question at this point, whether or not you'd be open to the possibility of it. We'll get public comment and we'll get discussion amongst us, and we'll see where we go from there.
Okay, and we would not be opposed to that. I just have to go back to Bob White and say, hey, Bob, if we were to do this trim in a darker color to differentiate between the rest of the color scheme, are you on board for that? And if so, and I'm sure you will be, and can you choose a color that complements that color?
Right. Great. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. Is the wood siding currently stained or painted?
It's painted
Okay. Thank you.
and it's in desperate need of paint.
What's that?
It's in desperate need of paint because
Yeah.
we're doing repairs every.
No,
Yeah.
when walking around the building, I could see the extensive amount of work, and it's an older building, and things
Yeah.
deteriorate over time and need to be fixed. So
Yeah.
we understand that.
And you said you're doing the copper roof?
Sorry, well, no,
Upper
where,
trim.
Just-
where there
just
was
the
all
gutters.
No, where the flashing was around all the skylights
isn't
and
it?
all over even over the edges of the roof. It used to be galvanized, but it was with the ocean air corroding it. I requested it be all in copper,
Okay.
which it'll add a nice texture to
Agree.
it because
We could see portions of it already where you had done some of that.
yeah, when it patinas, it'll look really nice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll open it for public comments. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item?
Good evening again. I'm Kathy Yerka. Welcome to Laguna, and thank you for clarifying about the brick. It's hard to know exactly what to comment on, I think, because it seems like there's a great deal of confusion about what the project is supposed to look like. I am concerned about, I usually don't weigh in on paint color. I just am increasingly concerned about the prevalence of really, really dark colors in Laguna. I know Commissioner Witten had said, design is subjective, and of course that's true. But I don't see dark colors as visually receding. I think they really stand out. And I would point out the motel on Coast Highway that was painted almost black, which is just a kind of shocking color. And even that house on Glen Eyrie that's, almost black, it sticks out like a sore thumb because that kind of really dark palette is a relatively new thing. And I do think we just really want to be careful, and I think you are, about, Forest Avenue, which is just such an important street. And dark colors do not reduce massing. They become, and especially that monochromatic. So I'm glad to hear you thinking about introducing a different color in the trim. I know what it's like to deal with wood rot, and once the wood is painted, that's really sort of where you're at. But I would really urge a lighter palette for this building, and also if there are changes to the courtyard that are going to be like impact or complement or correspond with the exterior paint, it seems like that should all be considered together. Those are my thoughts. And I have to go feed my cat, so I'm going to leave you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? Please come forward.
Sorry, I didn't have time to staple these, but I stacked them separately. I'm looking at this in a little different way, and that is, we should be looking at these buildings, especially the ones that are architecturally designed, and in terms of keeping their integrity and looking at what these buildings were intended to look like and what they were intended to be like initially. And that was natural wood, initially untreated or maybe stained lightly. And with the different components, not looked at as trim necessarily, but as structural elements of each building. And you can see that in this first illustration, which is the office building on the corner of Third Avenue and Coast Highway by Kishiyama. The panels were diagonal wood siding, and then the posts were natural concrete, unpainted, and the other structural components were all a darker wood color. And people have, over years, having to deal with the raw wood deteriorating or weathering, have painted it, and the painting has not been always favorable. As you can see how this one was painted recently in ways that don't respect the concept of the original building. So that on the second page is another Chris Abel building that I believe was painted in a sympathetic way with different shades of brown that reflect the wood that it originally was, even though the original wood can no longer be unpainted. So I would like to see that kind of a palette applied. And so we should be looking at these 1970s buildings and their particular style that they represent as really important components of the Laguna Beach architecture scape, and respecting them and not allowing them to be subject to these whims of fashion, which right now seem to be paint in black, paint it charcoal, or paint it all white with no trim at all. Seems to be the thing. And we shouldn't be part of that trendiness. We should be looking at what is the significance of these buildings and how can we maintain that significance and the uniqueness that the original architect intended. So I appreciate your comments about making different tones and different approaches. I appreciate his willingness not to paint the brick. And I'd like to see some colors more like is in the second page of that letter that I sent you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Morris Kandarian. I have to agree with Ann. I am a fan of dark colors and the new trendy black buildings on ugly buildings on hillsides where it makes them disappear and it integrates it more into the landscape. But on this one, this used to be the sister building to the lumberyard, designed by the same architect. It's got a lot of form to it. It's got individual components to it, sloping roofs in many directions. And what I think is being proposed is to hide all those forms, and this dark color will make them completely disappear. I was also thought that the brick should be exposed, but not exposed with the dark color, because then all of a sudden it doesn't work with the dark color. So I like the brick idea. I like the natural tones. I like the forms being accentuated, not hidden. And I know some of the building is painted, but this building was all, except for the plaster part, was a natural wood building when it was first done. And I think it was done to be sympathetic and complementary to the lumberyard, which is still has its original spirit and intent. And I'd hate to lose that spirit of this building by just taking a lazy approach and painting it all one color. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Morris, can I ask you a question? Just as an architect,
Mm-hmm.
and you're designing a building, do you typically give the building colors? And what do you do if your building owner says, you know, after you're done with your architectural design, I want to paint it light blue, you know, and you don't agree with that?
Color is really difficult. there are people who do this for a living, but they understand what they're coloring and why they're coloring it. Picking a color off of one chip and painting the building the entire color is an approach, but I think it's not the way it should be done. When I do a building, I propose the colors and I explain why the colors are being proposed the way they are, including the paving, the colored concrete, the brickwork. And so it becomes one entire palette. The roofing, it all works together. So if somebody paints a building after, of course, if it was a design review project, it has to come back to you guys. But they're not obligated to come back to me and ask me my opinion. I mean, I wish they would. And sometimes new owners do that. What do you think? I'm thinking of changing the colors. How would you approach it if it was your house? And this is asked me a lot. What would you do if it was your house? Because most people in the business don't have the ability to pick colors. They see colors, they see houses they like, and they say, hey, go look at this house, see what you think of it, give me your opinion. We've gone through this on a house I'm involved in right now up above Thurston School, and it's been a challenge to work with the owner to get something that's pleasing for them, comfortable for them, but yet is synonymous with the palette of the neighborhood. So we're not doing something that stands out, but it's part of the pattern of development that we look to that's important.
Or is this idea floating around of still allowing it to still be a darker color, but using a secondary color for the structural elements in the trim to give it more articulation? What would your response be to that idea?
Well, I think the fascias, the stucco, and I'm not that familiar with the building. I'm walking through it, but I walk by it almost every day on Ocean Avenue. I think a 3-color palette would work. I think the lighter colors, the more natural colors would be better in the context of what Anne was referring to, that we can't keep these buildings as natural wood. They deteriorate over time. But doing something that's complementary to that, I think, is something that should be looked at. I think just painting this building entirely a dark color loses its architectural integrity. I think it just throws a cloud over it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does any other members of the public wish to speak on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and go to commissioner comments. Anybody excited about going first?
I'll go.
Mr. Dubin.
I recognize that what was shown to us in the staff report is actually a little darker than the actual color itself. So my feeling on this is if the brick is left the brick color, the body color of the building, you can use the color that you like, and then add a secondary color to the trim all around the building. I've got no issue with that at that point. I think that would help the articulation and help maintain the character of the building itself. So that's my feeling.
Okay, Commissioner Goldman.
I agree on the not to paint the brick. I actually thought that the brick didn't work well with the color that you chose. I don't know if you go back to Bob and ask him that. So that's my personal matter. I agree that we should do the trim. I just don't think it looks great with the darker color with the brick as it is.
Mr. Kellenberg.
I pretty much agree with the comments. I think, popping out the structural components, I think is making those more visible is important. I kind of agree. I think your sketch or the other illustration, I think I like the 2 colors, even if you've changed your mind since that was done. I like that better. But I kind of agree with Steve, is I think that dark color next to the brick, they don't seem compatible to me. And so I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
But I would also go back to George's comment. I think it was George, although he didn't repeat it. And that is the, that one huge wall on the parking lot is just overwhelming, you know, as one big dark monolithic color. I mean, something that needs to be broken up somehow. I kept looking for places where there were corners to change color, and there aren't any. This looks like it's a singular flat plane, and typically you don't change colors on a singular flat plane, but in this case, you know, maybe you do. I mean, I'd ask Bob what to do about that. I mean, I kind of wish the whole building were lighter, you know, like ramped up one notch in terms of value and not quite so heavy and dark. But I guess I'm being convinced that I didn't look at the swatch, but everybody seems to say the swatch is lighter than what it is. So maybe that gives me hope.
Commissioner Whiten.
When I look at the Ocean Avenue elevation, the darker color seems to accentuate the windows more. And it's, there's no question, it's different from the existing color scheme in terms of how the building reads. It reads differently, but it's still a very interesting elevation. And now the focus is solely on the fenestration, and things are receding back in a more subtle way that doesn't depend on color change. So it's, because of the depth, the color is going to read differently. It's not all on that elevation, a flat plane. Now, when we turn the corner and go into the parking lot, what used to be the post office parking lot, that elevation would be a great place for public art. And okay. Okay, so.
We can't
A
have
mural.
any opinion on public art. I'm sorry. Allow.
You know, we can't, I think you could approach the Arts Commission about this, and I'm sure they would be delighted to respond, but that would completely transform the elevation of that building. I think the Forest Avenue elevation with the dark color is fine because the eave is so deep and overhanging. You know, it's in the shade a lot of the day also. So I think with the changes that are proposed of keeping the brick, and then making the trim a slightly darker color. I mean, I not to underrate the copper gutters. Those are going to be really a beautiful feature of the building. I mean, that's a huge expense, but they're really going to. It's really going to change the look of the building significantly. I guess, on all elevations. Will there be gutters on all elevations? Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I closed the public hearing, so we're not supposed to
All right.
engage in back
know,
and forth
but
questions at this point.
It appears that there are gutters on most elevations. Let's just say that. There are a lot of copper gutters that will be visible. So I think I would just recommend that the Arts Commission get involved on that elevation and try to, it is a rather austere condition.
Well,
Trees.
my general feeling and opinion has always been to allow homeowners and building owners pretty wide discretion and latitude to do what they want to do regarding building colors. You'd have to be pretty far out there before I would raise an issue about, is this really compatible with the surroundings or the adjacent buildings or the neighborhood and all that. You come in suggesting bubblegum pink and neon green, yeah, maybe I would have an issue with that. But these more subtle changes in colors, I'm typically willing to accept. I was pretty firmly against the idea of painting the brick for, a couple of reasons. One, natural brick looks nice the way it is. It does not do well with being painted. It tends to, the paint ends up wanting to flake and bubble off the brick over time and just would come a constant painting maintenance issue. So, had a bit of an issue with the original rendering for a couple of reasons. One, that it made it appear as though everything was painted the same color. I'm not sure if that was the really original intent. It made it appear that the color being proposed was darker than what it appeared to be when I saw it in person. So I would be willing to accept your proposed color scheme with, not painting the brick, with having the trim color, a different, darker color. And, I would just, a general, suggestion would be to consider maybe with the particular color that you picked right now, this Iron River, looking to see if there's something maybe just a little bit lighter than what you're currently proposing, so it's not quite as dark. And then beyond that, I'd be, willing to accept it. I don't know regarding the building elevation facing the open parking lot. It is what it is. It's a big, long, blank wall, and it is, it's not the main elevation, and there's no really good way to break that up without just arbitrarily like changing colors in the middle of this large expanse, which would look weird in its own sort of way. So that's where I'm at. So, I'd be willing to approve the project with those conditions.
Well, so if I may,
Sure.
the conditions being brick,
Don't paint the brick.
the articulation and a lighter is that?
No,
further, or is
that's
that an optional?
no, just a darker shade for the trim. So
Right.
it's not all monochromatic. And with the suggestion that they consider going with a possibly lighter shade from the current Iron River. I don't know how everybody else feels about that.
I mean, I might take what you did and make the suggestion, sorry, make the suggestion a recommend or a contingent condition to make it a shade lighter. That's the question to everybody, or to keep it as it is.
Personally, I think the color is fine. And my worry about getting it lighter is it goes into the avocado range.
Yeah.
And it will lighten over time.
That's true too. It will probably lighten over.
And it's also not as dark as what it appears in the staff
Right,
report.
right.
So
Okay.
do you need a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I move to approve. What was it? I move that we adopt the resolution number 24-0890, approving design review 24-0890, and finding said action exempt from California Environmental Quality Act under State CEQA Guideline Section 15301, with the condition that the brick adjacent to the underground parking area remain unpainted, that the trim color be a darker shade than the rest of the body of the building's painting, and that the applicant consider going with a slightly lighter shade than the Iron River.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg,
Yes.
and Chair Sadler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Say a 15-day right of appeal to the city council if anybody doesn't agree with that decision. And again, item 5.4 has been withdrawn from this meeting's agenda, so we will not be hearing that item. And our next item will be item 5.5. And it seems as though we lost a commissioner, so maybe we'll wait a couple minutes.
It's too bad we didn't see the picture, pictured better with the brick. Yeah. With the natural brick. Never liked the ones commenting on color. Personal preference. Objective.
Like I said, you paint it like a circus, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, come on. Is Steve like recusing himself from this item?
No, I think he just went to the men's room.
No, he's out there.
Oh, he's recused?
Oh, oh, he's recused? Oh, okay.
Are you recused?
Yes, the under part.
Okay.
Okay, the next item we'll be hearing is item 5.5. That's at 520 Cliff Drive, and it will be presented by Garrett Wank. But before that, we'll hear a bit from Patrick here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, Vice Chair Kellenberg is recused due to a financial interest in real property for which is within 500 feet of the proposed project. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Commissioner Kellenberg is recused for that item for that reason. Garrett, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Planning Commission and members of the public. Item 5.5 is a request for design review and a variance for a property located at 520 Cliff Drive.
Garrett, I'm sorry, can I interrupt you real quick? I did meet with the applicant. I wanted to just make that disclosure.
Is there any other disclosures on this item? No, that seems to be the only one. Thank you.
No problem.
Sorry.
I should have asked.
The project site is located in the R3 zone and is developed with a multifamily 3-story structure over a podium parking level that is accessed via Cliff Drive. The application includes the installation of 8 new roof-mounted air conditioning units and 1 ground-mounted unit along the North Coast Highway property frontage. Design review is required for the roof-mounted units and to install a unit within the front yard setback within 5 feet of the property line. A variance is requested to exceed the maximum allowable building height. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request and believes that all findings of fact necessary for approval can be made as discussed in the staff report. Specifically, the municipal code anticipates the need for additional height for mechanical equipment, allowing for up to a 36-foot building height. The existing building currently exceeds this height. However, the proposed project is consistent with the intent to allow mechanical equipment above the standard height of the zone. Additionally, the proposed units are below the highest point of the building as represented by the elevator structure. Staff has received letters from 2 neighbors with concerns or opposition to the proposed project, as well as 5 letters of support. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 23-2036, approving Design Review 23-2036, and Variance 24-0038, and finding said action exempt from CEQA. That will conclude my staff summary, and I'm available for any questions.
Great. Thank you, Garrett. Are there any questions of staff at this point?
A couple. I visited with the applicant today, and I know that in the staff report, it mentions 8 roof-mounted, 1 ground-mounted. There's actually 2 on the ground, and there's 2 in the parking structure. Why did we miss one of the ground units?
Those units, because they're not located within any setbacks or within 5 feet of the property line, are not subject to design review, so they're
Okay.
not before the planning commission this
Got
evening.
it. So it's just the eight and one.
Correct.
Okay. And there was no suggestion of any kind of screening or additional sound mitigation. Why was that sort of left out?
For the screening, staff has included a condition to apply a specific paint color to match the sky, which has been applied on another building in the past, which I think was pretty effective. In terms of the sound level, based on the analysis provided, the decibel is well below the requirement by the city. If the planning commission felt it was necessary to include a condition to provide additional sound attenuation, we do typically see internal sound blankets as a pretty common method of doing so. So that would be an option.
Okay. On page 10, I guess, of the staff report, it says the mechanical units are assumed to have a negligible effect on the overall view shed. My question is, why are we only assuming that versus being certain?
So I did do a site visit to view the staking, but wanted to consider that there may be people higher up on the hillside that would potentially be impacted, and wanted to leave the opportunity for them to obviously make note of that at the public hearing and bring that to the attention of the planning commission.
Yeah, I just think when we say assumed to be negligible, it seems kind of ambiguous, instead of being certain,
And Commissioner Dubin, that's a great question. If I might add on to Garrett's excellent response, city staff typically does not conduct site visits onto private property that may potentially be impacted. And so to acknowledge that, we
I see.
generally characterize the view equity criteria with some caveats.
Okay, understood. And I know that in terms of measuring the building height, in regards to the potential for needing a variance, this building was measured from the floor level of the partially subterranean garage. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I thought that we were no longer doing that, the building height would actually be measured from grade versus the subterranean portion. Why is this building different?
So pursuant to the municipal code, we have to measure to the lowest finished floor or natural grade. Because this is not an entirely subterranean garage, there is a portion of it that does daylight. We do have to take it all the way down to that finished floor.
Okay, thank you.
We had correspondence from one of the unit owners regarding why the AC units needed to be consolidated in one location and not evenly distributed over the roof. Can you give us any insight on that?
I believe the intent was to place the units in a location where it would have the least impact on the residents. So they were located primarily over that walkway. But for any additional information, I would defer to the applicant in terms of their approach.
Is there any reason these units couldn't be located in the parking structure or at the ground level rather than on the roof? Do we have the HVAC person here, the consultant?
I believe the acoustic consultant is present.
Okay, then we could ask that question.
Certainly.
There was also a letter regarding, and this is a question for our attorney, who the legal owner is. Is it the homeowners association or is it the trust? And does that have any bearing at all on what we're discussing here tonight?
Commissioner Whiten, the property is under a cooperative venture. There was owner authorization provided with the original application that was submitted to the city. Now, with that cooperative venture, they would have their own rules and regulations as to what can be agreed upon and how that decision is reached. Ultimately, the city doesn't get involved with that process, but we did receive an application with an owner signature.
So that really doesn't have any bearing on our discussion.
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'll wait for that.
I had a question. It was a little hard to follow the reasoning or which of these AC units require design review and which ones didn't. Is it just the one that's on the ground level in the setback that technically requires design review?
So the design review is required for any units that are not ground mounted. So the rooftop units require design review, as well as the unit that's within the required front yard setback, which is also within 5 feet of a property line.
So they all require design review.
Just the 9 identified, there are, as Commissioner Dubin had mentioned, 3 other units that are being proposed as well, but those are not up to the Planning Commission's discretion.
And because those didn't require design review, they weren't really necessary to even be mentioned within the staff report?
Right, they're able to be processed over the counter.
Okay. There's any other questions? No, not of staff. Thank you.
I have one other one, Garrett. So it's my understanding that this is sort of a overall review to potentially get approval for these, but then it will become up to each individual owner of their unit to apply for, if they actually want the air conditioner, that it becomes a separate application that I assume would be done administratively. Is that correct?
I believe they would just need to process the permitting for the individual units. If the owners did not want to pursue any of those units, I suppose they could just not pursue that permit.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Is the applicant here? You'll have 5 minutes, whatever's most comfortable for you. If you want to sit I'm not sure, is the microphone at the table working? Okay. You can either sit at the table or you could be at the podium, whatever works best for you.
My name is Bob Roper. I'm one of the unit owners and also the board president. One of the reasons why we chose the location where we did is there's a 24-inch split in the building from the front to the back, and we try to tuck those along there to make them the least visible possible. We held them back 5 feet from each edge of the roof. They can be laid out such that they are 100% over the walkway, not encroaching over a master bedroom or an individual unit. We would request that we leave them gray because the building is gray, and we think they'd probably blend in better under that condition. We did lay out quite a bit of sound attenuation. There's 2 layers of rubber. There's insulation, and then we've got spring isolators on the individual units. And I think I'll have the sound engineer speak briefly to what he went through to attenuate the sound and also what he did on his sound analysis.
Good evening, chair people and chairman, our commissioners and chairman. I'm Mike Holritz with BridgeNet International Noise Consultants. And we did prepare a noise and vibration analysis report for this project. I believe we have demonstrated that the project meets all the city's noise ordinance criteria. And I believe it should be approved.
I have a question for you. With the values that you were coming up with, which I believe were in the neighborhood of like 35 dB or something from the nearest adjacent property, that's based on the equipment that's currently proposed. Is the equipment as currently proposed, does it have sound blankets? Does it have any extra sound attenuation?
Not to my knowledge. That's the raw noise level.
Okay. And is that available if we decided that we would want to request that?
Some manufacturers can provide sound blankets. I don't know that all of them do. That would have to be looked into.
Do you know whether or not this Mitsubishi units?
I do not.
Okay. That's it for questions for me. Any other questions?
Yeah, you heard my question to the staff. Did you explore other locations ground mounted? And how about just putting them all in the front yard setback? And then also how about distributing them on the roof?
I would
Like-
defer most of that to Mr. Roper. That's a design issue.
We did look at multiple locations. At one point, we had all 12 on the roof and it was kind of in an L-shaped pattern. And when we took a look at that after we'd done the story poles, it was pretty imposing from the Cliff Drive side. So that's why we cut it to 8 on the roof, tightened up the spacing on them, and put basically the first floor units on the first floor in the garage, then the second and third floor up top.
And the ground mounted unit is at the base, at the garage level, right?
There's 2 of them. There's one that's in Cliff Drive side.
Yeah.
Which is in the landscape area. The other is adjacent to Coast Highway, about 10 feet below the sidewalk behind a retaining wall.
And what unit is that serving?
That would be unit 103. And then the one that's in the Cliff Drive side would be unit 101.
Are there other units on the first level?
Yes, there'd be the unit 102 and 103, which would be serviced from the two units that are in the garage where there was a niche that wouldn't take away any parking.
Okay. What about the option of locating the balance of all the 8 units in the parking?
I don't know. We looked at that, but we start to lose parking under that scenario because there just wasn't enough room to put them in there.
Do you meet the parking requirements or exceed the parking requirements?
That I don't know. The building was built in 1963, so I don't know what the requirements were back then.
And what about locating all of the units in the landscape? For example, there are 2 fairly large planters along Cliff. Did you look at locating those 8 units?
I think there'd be a lot more visible, and I'm not quite sure exactly where you're talking about because Cliff Drive has got a retaining wall, then a slope up
right
to the podium deck. So there's really no level surface in that landscaped area except for the one where we're talking about putting 101.
Yeah, probably you need the separation between each unit. There are 8 units. So the footprint would be, what is the footprint for those 8 units?
It's 13 inches wide by approximately 36 inches long and 36 inches tall.
Yeah, there's an area where the palm trees are, that's a flat area. I don't know what the dimensions are. I'm just asking if that option was explored, and you're saying it's not feasible.
Yeah, I don't think it's feasible. I don't think there's enough room there to get the spacing that we need.
Okay. And it's not feasible to locate those units along Coast Highway at the ground level?
No.
And explain to me why.
That's a fairly narrow walkway, and trying to get 12 air conditioners in that space, it just doesn't allow for it.
No, I mean 8 more. There's one there now, but then the 8 that are on the roof, could they be located there?
I think that would disrupt the width that the fire department needs for their access.
But isn't there already one down there?
Yeah, there'd be just one in an area that doesn't affect the walkway.
Okay.
We could put it in a location where it's kind of on a patio.
So, okay. And the units are how wide, did you say? 18?
They're 13 inches wide and I think they're 36 inches long. I've got that information, by about 36 inches tall.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
what we did is we used a Mitsubishi heat pump system because they're extremely quiet and compact. And also they're going with the heat pump, we get away from the natural gas into the electrification.
Are these the quietest units on the market?
They're the quietest ones I could find.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And if you do condition it for a heat blanket, if it's available, we're happy to do that. Or sound blanket, excuse me.
Thank you. One question. I didn't understand what you said about the units not being located over the bedroom.
Yeah, I think what we can do is we can lay it out such that, because I've now turned them at a 45-degree angle. The walkway below there is 4 feet wide. There is a roof overhang that's approximately 12 inches. And I believe that we can narrow up the platform enough and turn them at enough of an angle to where 100% of the connection of the condenser to the platform is over common space and not encroaching at all into.
Over the unit.
Yeah,
Okay, and would you be comfortable if we made that condition?
that would be good. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
This is more for curiosity's sake than anything else. I mean, this building has existed in its current condition for 60 years and it's never had air conditioning, correct?
Correct.
And so what precipitated this change?
Actually, at one point there was 2 bootlegged in there, but they've since gone away. There are a few days during the course of the year that you really could use the air conditioning there. And they're also being used as the heat pumps for the heat source.
Okay, thank you.
Would
Take
you,
all the-
oh,
all-
sorry.
Oh, sorry. Will all the residents take the air conditioning, do you think? All the owners?
I'm guessing 11 out of 12.
So just to follow up on that, on your comment, so it's heating and cooling.
Yes.
So there's no heating in these units?
Currently, they have gas-fired units.
Mm. Okay, thank you.
And will those be taken out? and
Yes,
replaced?
those get taken out and you put an air handler in as opposed to a gas-fired furnace. And then what we plan on doing is on the, what used to be the hot vent for the furnace is use that as a chase for the line set and the electrical and thermostat wire to get to the roof to minimize damage.
Would you be, I know we talked when I was on site with you, if there was a issue with being able to locate these over a walkway versus, encroaching a little bit into one of the units, that there might be a possibility of taking 4 of them and putting them on the upper roof.
Yes, that would be feasible, at which point we could take those units that are on that lower walkway and set them 100% parallel with the highway to get them even more over the common area walkway. And we could place 4 units adjacent to the elevator tower, which is where the common area stairway is.
Okay.
And those could be placed perpendicular to the coast highway. So you're looking at this end of the condenser rather than this end from the offsite views uphill.
And if, excuse me, if you did something like that, would you consider doing some screening with additional sound mitigation?
I'd be completely open to that.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if it's necessary based on, how you're angling these in their current position, but I just wanted to see if that was an option in case there's continued concern, not only from the unit directly below them, but also the buildings on each side, the more sound mitigation and screening, for the neighbors, they tend to appreciate that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think on the screening, that makes sense from an aesthetic standpoint, but in the sound analysis that I've seen, by the time we get to those adjacent properties, they're in the 35 decibel range already.
Okay, yeah. Well, if you're going to put screen up, you could put a little hard insulation on the inside of that, and it just adds, cuts it down to 15 decibels or something, so.
Completely open to that suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Oh, it's been a long evening.
Yeah. Not as long as some of them.
Good evening. My name is Mark Kemp. I'm an owner of one of the 10 units next door at 530 Cliff Drive, Laguna Beach. I'd sent a letter to Garrett by email, and I hope he shared that with the commissioners. We're not opposed to them air conditioning their building at all. That's fine, although our building is not air conditioned, and we love opening our windows 24/7 to let the coastal air in to cool it. That's our required ventilation by code, that we have to open our windows. We have no desire to put air conditioning on our buildings. Our concern is not the view, the looks, and I think a few of our units would look out on their roof area and see them. It's more, what is the noise impact going to be to our building and our units? Of the 10, 4 of them are immediately on the east wall of our building, which is adjacent to their units over there. Their building's kind of an L shape with a courtyard. And these units that they're going to put in, the 8 on the roof, are in the step section with direct line of sight from the units to our wall, which gets a reverberation going in the courtyard, which might bother your own owners in there, that when they want to open their sliding glass doors at night, the units may be bothering themselves. I appreciate BridgeNet's analysis here. My question is, it seems to be based only on the equipment. They're saying they put 8 units at 55 dB up there, and it'll be 35 dB at our wall. It doesn't take into account, as far as I understand, and they're here, they could address this, there's an ambient noise level there 24/7, all day long. It's not 0. I downloaded, and I don't know how accurate it is, an app on my phone for a sound meter. So it could be garbage. It could be very accurate. It's not calculated in anything, but last night at 10:15 on our roof edge next to their property, the sound level average for about 3 minutes was 50.7 dB existing at night after 10 o'clock. So even a 35 dB addition, it doesn't add to the 50 that's there. It doesn't work that way, but it's already going to exceed the noise limit in the sound ordinance for Laguna Beach. If I'm wrong on that, I'd be happy to admit it, but so one of our conditions we like to place is a sound level test for the ambient average sound level be run prior to the project, set the basis, the baseline level on it, and that they will include that in their design and do a after construction sound level test and prove that they stayed within their limits. It's a simple request to be made. It's always easier to deal with this before the project rather than come back after the project and try to fix it. If they need sound attenuation, that should be done going in. And I think they're going to need it. Maybe not. But we would find out that way. So my time's kind of up, but I had one other owner here. Earlier, we had 3 other owners here, but they left. So I think I represent most of our owners.
Great. We'll follow up on your questions after everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who wish to come up?
Hello, I'm Donna Lobello Samp. I'm super nervous about doing this, so bear with me. Plus, I start work at 5 in the morning. I'm about to die here. So my sister owns the unit, and I have her power of attorney if anybody needs it, but she couldn't attend, so she asked me to come. The unit in question underneath, okay? First of all, I guess I should say that we actually want to participate in putting the air conditioning units on and switching to the heat pump. What we do not want is them over the bedroom. And we just don't feel that there's been enough effort made to looking at placing them other locations, whether it's 2 here, 4 here, whatever. And I think we've discussed a little bit, and I don't want to, just bang it into the ground. And he's talked about moving them tonight, which is the first time that we've heard this, where they would be entirely over the walkway. Because as you can see from this picture on Sunday, even though in the application it says that they're not anywhere over where people live, this would be the bedroom. So they are clearly halfway over the bedroom in this photo taken Sunday, based on the current things. If that changes, that's a wonderful thing. So, those are obviously that's our number one concern. And with regards to the sound study, there's a lot of, a lot of detail in there that frankly I don't understand, but some of it talks about proximity. And it says that some of the parameters that they have to use are 50 feet, people relative in that distance. Well, it's 3 feet. So, to say that the sound that they're measuring is based on, a 50-foot radius and all that, nothing talks about like, what if it's right over your head? Even if, in fact, and just not for my unit, but for the one behind me, even if it's over your head and offset by 5 feet, 10 feet, whatever. So, we're not opposed to the air conditioning heat pump project at all. We just hope that maybe we can continue to explore other places or multiple places to distribute them that will not impact other people's views. The sound reverberation in the courtyard is a real issue because there's even a friendly, I guess, policy, or maybe even a real policy. I'm not sure, that you can't talk on your cell phone on your balcony because the sound reverberates in the courtyard and everybody can hear you. So that's a real thing. Thanks for your time. And I'm sure I have a million other things I should have said, but this is what I can remember when I'm nervous.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other?
I would like to say that, I mean, I think Bob's doing a great job at the HOA, just hate this.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, back to the applicant. If you'd like to respond to any of those, you have 3 additional minutes.
Well, I think one concern was spreading them out, and there does exist the possibility to put some of the condensers above the stairs on the upper portion of the roof. That's extremely feasible. If that's something you would be interested in. We did look at a bunch of other locations. We looked at possibly running some of them down the Myrtle Street side, but that's within the setback, and that would be a lot more visible from the Myrtle Street side. So we tried to keep them the least visible possible, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And then, do you want to address any of the sound concerns?
Well, I'll ask a question about that. I mean, a couple things. So one, you've got these units that are at the unit themselves can generate maybe 50 dB or somewhere around that or something, and then at the nearest property, it's more like 35 dB, and that's for a single unit. Now, the fact that
that's the combined units.
okay, well, that was the question. Like, does it make a difference whether or not there's 1 unit up there or 10 units up there?
It does.
It does.
If
Okay.
there's 2 units, it's 3 dB louder.
Okay.
So we've taken that into account, and everything's 6 dB louder than 1 unit.
Okay. So there is some cumulative effect
Yes, sir.
to that.
Yep.
And then the other question is, if the general ambient background noise level is, say, 50 plus dB, right?
Mhm.
And these units are generating 35 dB at the distance to the adjacent properties. In effect, you're not hearing them at all,
That's exactly right, sir.
right? I mean, because
Any noise level that's 10 dB or so down from another noise level is generally considered insignificant. You may hear it, but it's mathematically insignificant.
okay.
You
So-
basically if you added that ambient 51 to 35, you'd probably get a total level of like 51 and a half. So you're not really changing the ambient at all. And it's not the air conditioners that are violating the noise ordinance, it's the traffic.
Right. I mean, these properties are located between the ocean, which generates its own noise, and Coast Highway, which generates noise. So, I mean, I would think that there's some significant general ambient noise level there. And I mean, basically your position is that if the noise level, as you've determined it to be for these units, as they're currently proposed to be located on the roof, is at 35 dB, that it's well under the city's nighttime noise ordinance level.
That's correct, sir. And that's with all 8 operating.
Right. Okay. So, okay, I guess that answers my question. Do you have any additional questions?
Excuse me. I would just go back to, a potential, alternate location. You say if we kept 4 in their current spot, they could be in parallel to each other like this, right?
That's correct.
And then if you went up to the upper roof, you would put them this direction so that, the small end is pointing towards Coast Highway.
Correct.
Yes. And then if we had screening with some sound mitigation in the screening, it seems like that would maybe satisfy the unit that's potentially most affected by having all 8 in that same location, as well as adding some additional sound mitigation, even if you split them up into 4 and 4. Would that work for you?
That would work for me, but I think that it's also important to remember that when we put the platform in, first we would put a 1/4 inch of rubber down.
Right.
And then we would build the platform itself, and we would come in with a rock wool or a blue jean insulation. We would sheet it, put another 1/4 inch of rubber down, then the stainless steel cover, and then the channel for the condensers, and then the spring isolators on that. So we've kind of thrown everything we could to attenuate any sound that might.
Because
try to mitigate downward.
I'm talking about helping the neighbors on each side, just even reduce the potential further of, you know, these things running through the night on a hot night and, you know, just, it's a consideration for not only the unit directly below, but for, you know, neighbors on each side.
Yeah, we would be open to that.
Okay.
Just one last question. These units typically have a condensation line that comes off of them, you know, that handles the liquid that's generated, and you know, typically through a PVC pipe or something like that. Where were these things drained to? Are you just going to drain off the edge of the roof, or?
Yeah, our preference would be to let them drain into the rain gutter and then to the downspouts.
Okay.
And then one last thing is just to reiterate, we would like to leave the units gray because the building's gray.
Oh, so you'd prefer not to paint them the staff recommended color?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions?
The only so I'm confused with the resident who spoke about the unit being over their bedroom. Is there an alternative where it's not?
I think they could be laid out with all 8 there and adjusted to where they're over the hallway 100%. But if we end up breaking up to 4 and 4, then clearly there's not going to be anything over anywhere close to the bedroom, because right now we're at a 45-degree angle. And if we turn them flat, we can tuck them almost up against the where the step is.
Okay, and that doesn't negatively impact another resident?
No, because over a hallway, and then if we put the other 4 over the stairwell, there's nobody immediately below the stairwell.
Okay.
It's all common area.
Okay. Are we still open?
Yeah, but we're done with that portion of it. I'm sorry. We're okay. We're finished with questions. We'll close the public hearing. We'll go to commissioner comments.
Yeah, I would like to continue this and ask the applicant to come back, showing us alternative layouts that don't impact anyone's living unit all over common areas, and whatever provides the best separation from living units. And I guess they would also need to be restaked.
Correct.
And reevaluated. I think we also we'll see what my fellow commissioners think, recommend that internal sound blankets also be installed as an extra insurance.
If they're available from the manufacturer.
Yes.
Commissioner Goldman?
I'm okay with that suggestion.
Commissioner Dubin?
Well, you know, I spent time with the applicant talking about potential other locations or breaking up the 8 into 4 and 4. And so I kind of have a better idea of how that would look and work. And I would also, if we were to move forward tonight, condition that with screening on all of them with additional sound mitigation and, you know, some insulation in the screening so that the sound is going up instead of out. But I will defer to what the majority wants to do. My preference would be to try to move this forward, but if we need to see, you know, a second layout with, you know, the requested screening and whatever else other sound mitigation, then, you know, if the majority feels that way, then.
Okay. Well, I walked around the building, tried to, you know, see what I could see from, you know, didn't get inside the actual building itself and wander around, but it was from the outside from Cliff Drive. You could capture a little bit of some of the staking, not very much at all. From the other side elevation and from Coast Highway, I couldn't see them at all. I walked across Coast Highway and up Myrtle a pretty good distance. Still couldn't see any of the staking at all. You know, I live up in the top of the world neighborhood, you know, house that was built in probably around the same time that this building was built in the early to mid 60s. The majority of the houses, well, originally, none of them had a part of the tract development. None of them had any air conditioning. And most of them probably still don't to today. A number of our neighbors have added, whole house air conditioning. We recently added one of these mini split or heat pump units just for our master bedroom. Because like you said, we've been living up there for about 30 years. And, you could count the number of days that it got uncomfortably hot, on one hand for many, many years. And just didn't happen very often. It's been happening with more frequency over the last few years. So we installed one of these units. It's a one-story house. It's ground mounted, but it's just serving our master bedroom to kind of create a cool refuge area should we need it. It really has not been. We haven't had any really super hot days since we installed it, but these things are very, very quiet. I mean, they're, you can barely hear them going. And so, again, it's right outside our master bedroom. We can't, hear it at all when it's running the actual condenser unit outside. And, through the sound analysis here, to me, this just sounds like, a valid concern, for the neighbors. I don't want to discount anybody's concern. It's like, oh my God, somebody's putting multiple air AC units up on top of this building. We're pretty close here. I don't want to be impacted by that. And I certainly can understand that. But when the analysis shows that the ambient noise level is 50 dB plus, and these things are going to be, putting out, even if you're right next to it, 50 dBs, that means that these neighbors are not, in my opinion, are not going to hear these.
I don't believe so.
So I understand, people wanting to, perhaps consider further mitigation and consider further, can we do this? Can we move them over here? My concern is that right now, I found the visual impact of their current proposed location to be minimal from Cliff Drive and from Heisler Park, which is our public space and an important public space. I would hate the fact that by moving these things around and relocating them, that we created more of a visual impact. And to what extent, and was it really gonna help mitigate anything? So, I was thinking about things also. Should we ask for additional mitigation measures? Should we ask for sound blankets to be added? Should we ask for, there's all sorts of additional sound mitigation things you could do with further base isolation and other things like that? Or do we need to add additional screening around them to help with the noise and to, lessen the visual impact? My personal feeling is that no, I don't think it's necessary. And I think that we're creating solutions for problems that really aren't problems. So I'd be willing to approve it as it's currently proposed, with the caveat of them being painted per the recommendations per the staff report. But I'm just a single vote here. So if it's the majority or consensus of my fellow commissioners that they feel that additional mitigation efforts should be explored, then I'll leave it to them to hash that out.
Yeah, my mitigation is to assure that you move it the way you say, so it's not right on top of the person's unit.
Yes, we can do that.
Yeah, I agree with that. It does not appear that the sound is going to be a problem.
No.
And the vibration, on the other hand, is not something that anyone would want over their unit. If for whatever reason there should be vibration, it sounds as though you've layered it to an extent that there shouldn't be vibration. But I think that it's prudent to relocate all of the units over the common space.
Agreed.
Well, then the question, I guess, Susan, is it necessary to continue if we make? the
Yeah,
approval
I mean, we
contingent
have
on
to,
that?
it has
You're
to
saying
be,
you wanna
it
come
has
see
to
it.
be evaluated. It has to be reevaluated, it has to be restaked, and unfortunately, we have to go through that process, but we do. I think I agree with Commissioner Sadler about the color recommended in the staff report. If the sound is attenuated to the degree that it appears to be, then I don't think we need to add an additional requirement. If the sound turns out to be an issue, you may have to come back and add them. But at this point, it doesn't appear from the report that it is a problem. So my big concern is the impact to a unit.
So I'm hearing correctly that the committee.
I'll reopen the public hearing.
Sorry about that. So is my understanding that the committee would rather see the units where they are currently rather than splitting them up to the 4 and 4 scenario?
If they're completely removed from being over an occupied space.
Yeah, so the entire condensing unit would be over common space.
Right. My preference is, because I think you've already shown that, and you said you can turn them even a little bit more to just push them up against the higher roof line.
Right.
If we don't have to continue it, I'd rather not. So, I mean, if moving them at a more diagonal positioning would allow them to not be over the piece of the unit's bedroom below, then that seems like isn't that doing what we wanted, what you're asking without a continuance?
Staff, what do we need to do here?
Chair and Commissioners, if the units are simply being repositioned to turn an angle on those units, probably fine to make that a condition of approval. But anything beyond that, I would recommend that you continue this item to that future hearing with the noted direction to relocate those units over common area space within the building. And there is also a a staking requirement, which is a 14 calendar day period for that restaking. And we can discuss dates if that's the direction that the Planning Commission would like to take.
Do you think that you're able to re-angle these units and have them all within the staking box that's currently there, or would you think it would require restaking?
Changing the angle will actually decrease the width of that stake box now. So in other words, it would be a smaller footprint than what you're seeing. And we're talking a matter of a couple of inches.
The question I might have for the commission, the applicant, is whether the length of the units lined up in a straight row might be extended with that realignment.
If they wouldn't be parallel with the ocean unless we went with the two different locations. If we're going to be leaving them in the configuration where they are now, where they're basically at a 45-degree angle, I think what we would do is just lay them out such that we ensure that the edge of that condenser is not extending into that bedroom area.
Could you do something where they overlap a little bit like this and create a smaller footprint so that are not overlapping the?
Yeah, we've already got them overlapped to the extent that we can, because you
Okay.
don't want to have the warm air blowing into the cold air side.
Okay.
And then just messes with their efficiencies.
Right. Everybody's looking around.
Planning Commission, if I might make a recommendation. If re-angling the units is sufficient and the applicant, as part of the building plan check process, can demonstrate that repositioning those units falls within the footprint along the long side of that installation area, as was staked this evening, that would satisfy your concerns, the applicant's concerns, it would appear, and it's clear what action the Planning Commission is taking this evening. What I might caution is the manufacturer of the heat pumps likely have clearance requirements around the full perimeter of those units. And if that needs to be taken into account, they should be mindful of that now before a decision is made this evening.
Yeah, we did study that when we took a look at where the basically the radiator portion is versus the mechanical portion when we did the layout on those.
Okay, well, I guess I'll ask one last time whether or not how would you like to see this proceed? Would you like to just have them come back at a later date so that all this can be verified?
I would.
I'm not in favor of that, but if that was the majority, and what is there a date certain that they could return on so that we're not pushing this down the road like 6 months or something?
The next available date would be July 17th, and a resubmittal would be due back to the city on June 19th. And again, the restaking requirement is completion of that restaking at least 14 calendar days prior to that July 17th Planning Commission hearing date.
And actually, we're going to be out of town. We're not actually returning until July 11th, so I might coordinate with you for dates past that.
The next date after our July hearings would be August 7th. Again, 14-day restaking requirement, and we would want that resubmittal into the city essentially 4 weeks prior to that August 7th hearing date.
Yeah, I may go a little bit past that because it's since we're going to be out of town, it's going to take me a little bit after I get back to coordinate.
Right. And so the benefit of securing a date and continuing to a date certain tonight is so that you can avoid the public noticing to renotice it. So if you're not comfortable with securing a date tonight due to, whatever, that's entirely your prerogative. But just note that if we don't secure a date tonight, you'll have to renotice the.
I think we could secure a date tonight if we push it out a little bit further.
August 21st might also be an option, or we can go with September 4th.
Let's go September 4th.
Perfect.
You're okay continuing this then?
Me?
Yeah.
I'd rather be done, but
sorry. No, go ahead.
No, I mean, I guess what's the majority consensus?
I guess my answer is if there is a way to achieve the not over the other resident, which doesn't require restaking, we could probably approve it, but it sounds like it's going to require restaking.
It sounds like it's a possibility, so I think we should probably opt on the side of caution and.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so as long as I've already opened up the public hearing because we have discussion, if you could just add a quick
Just quickly,
question.
because you're emphatic that there's going to be no impact acoustically on it, the 35 plus the ambient level. If they can do a calculation that shows here's the ambient level at 10 o'clock at night at 50 dB plus 35 equals 50 dB, I'm good with that. Or I'd like to know, what does the Planning Commission say is an acceptable level above 50 dB after 10 o'clock at night?
There is no acceptable, because the city's noise ordinance is 50 dB.
That's exactly, and
Right.
he's saying it will not be, but it currently is at 50.7
So
dB.
you should not be able to hear these.
I love it. I will not hear them is what's being stated.
Right.
And your comment was, or maybe it was yours, was, well, if there's a problem, we'll be back here again later. And I'd rather not. I just would rather
I
them
get that.
mitigate any problem. So that's all I want.
Understood.
Thank you.
But it sounds as though applicant is willing to continue it to this later date. That might be the smartest option, because it'll give you the ability to think about, your different options, and not be necessarily tied into, exactly. The intent was to try to arrange these in such a way that they're not directly over one of the units below. And it sounded like you have a couple different options of possibly doing that. One last question for your sound consultant was, did you do any analysis of sound analysis of what this would sound like in the interior of one of the own building's units?
No, sir, we didn't. We already know that the noise ordinance does not apply to units within the same property. However, if it's 64 at the source for all the combined units, and you have a roof ceiling assembly between you and the units, it's going to be down around 34 again, because you're going to have 25 or 30 dB of noise reduction from the roof. So it would meet the ordinance if there was one.
Okay, so it's your feeling as though that it would certainly be under 50 dB inside the unit itself?
Yes, sir.
Even if it was located directly above it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Does somebody want to make a motion to continue this item to that date?
The Planning Commission recommends continuing case number design review 23-2036 and variance 24-0036 to a date certain September
4th with a
4th.
resubmittal due back to the city on August 7th.
Is there a second?
Second.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem, he is recused, and Chair Sadler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that item is continued to that date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the public, for making your voices heard.
At least until November.
Okay, well, that is the last of our public hearings for the evening, so we will move on to other business. Our other business shall be quick. And is there any other business?
There are no staff reports this evening, Chair.
Okay, any committee or commissioner reports?
Since we talked about the channel planting situation that we didn't get what we wanted, is anybody working on doing anything about that? It's been ongoing for a long time now.
Commissioner Dubin, not having any personal involvement in
I know
that
you-
process, I couldn't speak to that this evening. I'm sure there is, and Planning Manager Contreras will absolutely follow up with you on
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
At the latest I have, because I've asked about it, is that Mark Tresick is following up on it. I talked to Tom Perez very briefly. But it is on their radar.
Okay.
Great.
It's one thing to be on the radar without
know.
action taking.
Well, it's been on their radar for 3 months.
Does somebody want to make a motion to adjourn to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be
When is it?
June? Do we have another one in June? July what?
3rd.
July 3rd.
Oh, we don't have a second meeting in June?
The second would have fallen on Juneteenth, and we are closed.
Got it.
My birthday.
Yeah. I'll move that we adjourn to our next regular Planning Commission meeting on July 3rd, 2024.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Goldman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubin.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Kellenberg.
Yes.
And Chair Sadler.
Yes, we are officially adjourned. Thank you.